Well, a very good morning to you and welcome to Bristol, a sunny Bristol on this bank holiday Monday for Gloucestershire's women taking on Kent in the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup League 2 competition. For Gloucestershire, they are in a position where they must win their remaining 2 matches and hope for some things to go their way up above them in terms of particularly the likes of Yorkshire and Worcestershire losing if they are going to sneak into the semi-final stage of this competition. For Kent, they have won just 1 of their 7 games, although they do have happy memories of this place from this season because they came in and beat Gloucestershire in the T20 Blast. So Kent have won the toss. They've elected to bat first, as you can see from the graphic. No surprise there really, because the majority of the games in the competition this year have been won by the side batting first, so Gloucestershire know that they are going to need to bowl well. Team news in a moment or so. Ed Seaborn alongside Carol Camino for this one. And Carol, I guess this is a game that Gloucestershire will be looking at and thinking, well, it is 7th versus 9th, but Gloucestershire have won a couple more games this season and they are playing at home, as Caitlin Belcher will bowl the first ball of the match. Darlington on strike and a dot delivery to start off with Darlington opening with Amy Gordon at the top for Kent. But this is a game that I'm sure both sides will be targeting as a potential victory.
Yes, good morning, Ed, and I think so. I mean, Gloucestershire have definitely had an improvement in that second half of the season, and they'll be looking to consolidate that now. 2 games to go today and next weekend, and if they could get themselves up into a good mid-table place, I think they should feel happy with their season's work.
It's a good ball from Belcher as Darlington probes outside the off stump. Indeed, so yeah, I mean the bigger picture for Gloucestershire, they have still won 2 out of 3 since this competition resumed in August, and against Yorkshire last time out, I think, whilst it was a fairly hefty defeat in the end, there was certainly an awful lot, I'm sure, taken from that, and no run out to backward point, and it's a good job that Gordon sent Darlington back there. But in terms of actually, you know, pitting yourself against a lot of players who are going to be professional players next year in a game where, you know, if Gloucestershire had won that game, they'd have been absolutely right in the mix for semi-final contention. That sort of experience can only be a good thing.
Indeed, and you know, look, from a purely practical point of view, it's a bank holiday Monday, it's a sunny day. It feels like there are a few more people in the ground than there have been for the previous game, so Gloucestershire will want to put up a good display for them as well. Particularly for any of those die-hard Gloucestershire supporters that have come in rather than just the friends and family. So yeah, they'll be looking to do a good performance today.
Yeah, it seems to be quite warm today. It did look as though the weather was possibly starting to turn a little bit. There's even, dare I say, a little bit of rain in the forecast in a couple of days' time, but certainly none of that today. That's a good line from Belcher, just straightening it up after the wide delivery. So for Kent, I'll rattle through their team and I'll let Carol deliver the Gloucestershire team news. So Ella Darlington and Amy Gordon opening the batting. Megan Sturge is the wicket keeper. Then we have Elsa Barnfather, who got runs here against Gloucestershire in that T20 Blast game. As that's just within the guidelines according to umpire Daniels, Dean Daniels and Sharon Grigg, the 2 umpires. Just resuming that Kent team then: Coco Streets, Sophie Singer, Laura Bailey, Sydney Gorham, then Izzy James, Zena Bilal and Megan Belt, the captain, in not necessarily batting order. Squeezed away, and this is running away quickly down towards the deep third boundary, and a good sliding stop from Alice Bird down there. And rightful round of applause from those down below. First runs off the bat, first over complete, 3 without loss.
Indeed. And the Gloucestershire team, Captain Liv Daniels, Becca Halliday, Georgie Cant is back in the side, having missed last week, Melissa Story, Alice Bird, Caitlin Belcher, Charlie Phillips, Meg Ahern, and Chloe Skelton and Jess Hazel, who's a fairly late replacement for Katie Jones and will be keeping wicket today.
Yes, so they've got a different Somerset Loney wicketkeeper for this one, with Katie Jones having played the last couple of matches and Jess Hazel coming back in for this one. Meg Ahern and Georgie Cant also wicket-keeping options, but understandably with the Tier 1 Loney, Jess Hazel will be keeping wicket, and Hazel also has played plenty for Gloucestershire this season, but I think almost exclusively in the T20 Blast. Here's Alice Bird from the pavilion end. Oh, Gordon wasn't wasting much time there. First ball, booming drive.
Good start for the bowler there. And a signal of intent from the batter.
Ball from quite wide of the crease, and Bird does get that, at times, hooping in swing with the new ball. Belcher, ability to swing it both ways and at good pace as well. Gordon cuts, and a good stop. Ahern, I think that is at backward point. She's often stationed there. And good reactions to get down. In fact, they don't even take a run at all.
And that's going to be an important position today, because as last week we were on the wicket that's slightly further over in front of us here in the commentary box, and that's so a relatively short boundary that side. So if it beats point and with the pace of the outfield there, it will run away for 4.
Gordon looking to pierce that inner ring, and this time it is Georgie Cant with a good stop at cover point. So high fives between the two, who certainly at many times in their careers would have had the gloves on, but they're both positioned square on that offside. Yeah, so long leg side boundary. I'd be quite surprised if we see a 6 to that side. It's going to be a mighty hit. Oh, that's in the air. Oh, off the hand of extra cover. Skelton got fingertips on that. It would have been the catch of the season if, and I'm not sure that there would have been any chance of her holding on to it. She reacted so quickly, but just was able to get fingertips on it. It shows how hard it was hit. It's still flown away to the boundary. You'll be able to see it better from this angle. It moves to it well up and to her left-hand side, deflects it, but still runs away so rapidly.
Yes, and as we said, once it gets through that inner ring, it's unlikely to be stopped.
It's nicely played through square leg by Gordon. This could be 4, even to the longer side. It's just slowing up a bit, actually.
Yeah. There's those three strips that have been used, and I think they're just slowing it down slightly.
Yeah, we'd imagine that the outfield will only get quicker as the day wears on. What little moisture that there was from overnight.
Yes, this is I think what we saw last week. By about 3 o'clock this afternoon, it'll be lightning quick.
Yeah. So fast start from Gordon, who is certainly the star of the show for Kent in that T20 win on this ground earlier this season. Well, that's chipped up in the air. Halliday's underneath it. Catch taken. An early wicket for Gloucestershire, and Ella Darlington is the batter to go. Gordon having plundered a 4 and a 3, but Alice Bird gets the last laugh in that over, 10 for 1.
Yeah, she just seemed to mistime that as she tried to play it out on the leg side and popped it up in the end nicely to the fielder. One of those ones that I think probably 2 or 3 fielders might have got to.
Yes.
But Halliday got there first and took it safely.
Did have slight visions of mid-on, suddenly thinking that that catch was theirs.
Yes.
But Halliday was settled underneath it so early. I think even if there hadn't been a call, which I'm sure there was, it's pretty clear whose catch that was. A fairly gentle one, but no catch is
we didn't want
ever taken for granted.
We didn't want a recurrence of that, the catch in the 100 during the week. I'm trying to think who it would have been. Fee Morris getting tangled up with somebody else.
Oh yes,
they
it was
collided,
Fee Morris,
but she managed to actually come up still with the ball
that
in her hand.
Extraordinary.
She did amazingly well.
I saw a lot of catches dropped yesterday, not by Fee Morris,
No,
to add,
no,
but there were the Birmingham Phoenix men dropped 4 catches and went on to win the game ridiculously easily. So it obviously didn't matter too much to them, but there were a lot of catches going down. Here's Belcher. Oh, that's a beauty.
Lovely ball there.
Well, might she be bent double forwards and wondering how on earth that hasn't got a wicket somehow.
That's where Jess Hazel, the keeper, looks up to the skies as much to say, how did she not hit that?
Edge, top of off stump, just misses both. Megan Sturge, the new batter, who's not on the strike yet, like a keeper batter. And this is a big partnership for Kent, 2 of the top players in their side. Cut and a miss there. She's gone hard at it as Gordon. She's certainly not holding back here. Somebody with as much experience as she has, and somebody who's played almost across the eras of cricket. She's even played in the KSL, Amy Gordon. I still miss the KSL a little bit, but I probably shouldn't say that now. Southeast Stars. Appeal for LBW, not out. Gordon was clearly a little bit concerned there, because you know when the batter's a little bit hesitant about whether they should come through for the run, because they're more worried about, is the umpire going to give them out? My first thought was it a little bit high?
Well, on another day, that might have been.
I didn't think it was going down, but it was just, it appeared to strike Gordon quite high up, but
yeah, it was quite
Belcher's
full.
quite skiddy though. I think you could have seen that either way,
Yes.
but the umpire only gets one
it,
look.
Yes, and it's not out, so here we
Well, in fact, was it given a run? It's given a run anyway.
Oh, so she must have got a little touch on that. It
Megan,
was quite a big thud into the pad, wasn't it? So maybe there was a little snick in there as well.
who knows? Apart from the umpire. Megan Sturge, and who is on loan from Hampshire, just 20 years old, but she is, I suppose we've got 2 Tier 1 loanee keepers in this game.
Yes, with Hazel as well. Yeah.
Oh, there's a nick that time. Yeah, that was pretty clear. And Belcher now strikes, and that is a huge wicket for Gloucestershire. Megan Sturge gone second ball, and Belcher really was threatening that. Kent still looking to go hard at the ball outside the off stump, and that time the edge found, and no mistake from Hazel.
Yeah, no, that was very well bowled. I think perhaps Kent are rushing this a little bit too much. They've not really had a chance to look at the wicket or the bowlers, although they've faced them before. They've got 50 overs to score their runs, so perhaps being a little bit more circumspect might have been helpful. But we'll see how they go. I mean, Eddie, you said earlier that the team batting first tends to win, but not if there's a really low score.
No, exactly.
So that is Gloucestershire's best chance today, is to continue the start that they've made here, take these early wickets, keep the runs down and leave themselves an achievable target. But great start for Gloucestershire, 11 for 2 now, Kent.
It's a pretty good start for Gloucestershire, looking at games elsewhere as well, because Northamptonshire have removed both Amelia Oliver and Rebecca Duckworth for ducks, and Yorkshire are 10 for 2 in the 3rd over against Northamptonshire.
There's something happening with these pitches then. Yes, they're playing that one at the county ground in Northampton.
Good old Wantage Road. Out comes Elsa Barnfather. So this is the partnership that did the bulk of the work against Gloucestershire in the Blast.
And that one's given us a wide. I think I noticed just before that wicket, we observed last week that Caitlin Belcher was warned for coming down down the wicket, running down the wicket, and then had to come and bowl around the wicket, which actually worked really well. But I think the umpires already had a little word with her today, so we'll have to see how that develops.
Continuing to see ball, hit ball really outside that off stump, but it's a great length from Belcher. You can't cut that, and also in terms of driving, you've seen what's happened already with a nick and then that one. It's just not really full enough to drive, and there's a bit of pace and carry in this surface, it seems. And yeah, the official warning has been delivered. I think that's what's going on out there. So Caitlin Belcher, I would imagine, is now going to have to come round the wicket when she continues. But as you say, Carol, that doesn't usually tend to hold her back. She's very happy bowling round the wicket.
She is. I mean, she bowls really, really effectively. I think she's been a very good bowler for Gloucestershire this season. And I think what we said last week is that because she bowls so well, you wanted to be able to do that without worrying about the line that she's taking. So there's definitely some work to do during the winter there to just pull away on that running down the wicket, because you don't want to stop her effectiveness, and you want her to still bowl as well as she is, but you can't always have her having to stop bowling over the wicket, even if she is effective around the wicket, because it reduces one of her options then.
It was noticeable the first ball of that over. Still a little bit of width on offer, but Gordon with a much more controlled dab there. It's interesting, I was talking yesterday about swing with these white balls this year. Oh, it's a good ball, and that wasn't going hard at it, but with that in-swing that Bird gets, Barnfather felt she had to play at that. But what I was told was that after so much was made, and again this is more 100 than this, but I would imagine that the point still stands. After all that fuss that was made about the white ball swinging so much last year, they're actually swinging more this year. A no ball is called, and whilst it was a good Yorker, they're actually now going to pinch a single as well. So Amy Gordon, I'm sure, is delighted to be able to take that single as it squeezed between mid-off and mid-on, because now it's Gordon that's going to get the chance to tee off.
Yeah, she played into the ground and bounced over the head, and then a little fumble. So, yeah, looks like we're going to have a little. They're having a little look now. Obviously, they can't. They've got a different bat, so they're just rearranging their field at the moment. Little conference there between the bowler and the batter, and I think that's probably Chloe Skelton with the blank back.
Yes.
With blank back, we mean no number.
So as you say, Carol, they can change the field, but it is the powerful Gordon that this free hit is bowled to. Well, she's gone with the dink over the shoulder. There was no need for Dolman to move towards that to take the catch. Might as well play it on the bounce. Safety first and a single. Yeah,
if it hadn't been a free hit, I think she might have gone for that, but she didn't need to. So,
I mean, the last thing you want is to go for the catch, drop it off the fingertips, and end up conceding an extra run.
Yeah, no, don't blame her at all.
Interesting option from Gordon. I mean, why not go for the ramp, I guess, but she is so powerful. I thought she would just stand there and club it. Maybe with the swing, she felt it would be easier to line up the paddle. Something that you often see now up front is if the ball is moving about a bit, that batters do go for that ramp a bit earlier than they used to. It used to be something that would only come in the last few overs of a white ball game, but sometimes when it's swinging, you seem to feel it's easier. No, they're playing a miss.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose with the shot she tried to play, anything on it, bat, glove, helmet, whatever, there's no fielders behind her there at all. So, once she gets it past the keeper, it's potentially 4 runs. But it's either that or is she testing it out for later?
Well, she is certainly, especially now that Sturge has been removed, the absolute prize scalp for Gloucestershire here. There are some wickets that, and you can tell from the celebrations, there will probably be an extra celebration if they can remove Gordon. Belcher continuing and indeed having to come round the wicket now. Pulled away. There is a fielder down there at fine leg. It is Melissa Story returning into the side today, as is Georgie Cant, who was a big miss against Yorkshire as well, especially trying to chase down that target.
She was that potential 50 or 60 runs in the middle of the order that might have happened, and I think Gloucestershire really missed.
Been offside wide there. Without wishing to rehash old ground too much, but 281 for 7 for Yorkshire. That was around about the sort of total that Gloucestershire had been getting in the previous couple of games. And, Yorkshire also, when I say only getting to that, I don't mean to downplay it at all, but Amy Campbell, 98 off 61 balls, that really was the difference as much as Yorkshire's bowling.
It's going to be leg side wide, and it is. Yes, I think we've talked, all the games we've done together, Ed, haven't we? We said what that big score needs someone to get over 50, hopefully a big score over 50, and then others to chip in with the 20s and 30s, and that's what really builds the score up. And Gloucestershire have managed to do that in a couple of the games, particularly that game against Worcestershire. They played really well doing that. But I think we were struggling to see where those runs were going to come from last week.
Yeah, there was also, I guess, a decision made to go with the extra bowler as well. But yes, it's all about balancing things up. And
indeed, and without Amy Campbell, that gamble of the extra bowler may well have worked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because the other players were struggling and wickets were falling regularly.
And then, if Yorkshire do get kept to 220, 230, then whilst in some ways it's almost a different pressure on the batting side, because then you've got a target that you feel you could chase. But I think all the pressure would have been on Yorkshire because, as we said last week, they are the team that is just expected to win these competitions, and they didn't win the T20, and now they're looking at this as the one that they've probably got to take the scalp of. Flicked away down to fine leg by Barnfather. And Northamptonshire continue to be the side of those that are neither getting tier 1 in terms of Glamorgan and Yorkshire, or Middlesex, who I think at the start of the season you would have expected to be one of the absolute strongest sides, given the players that they've been able to attract to Middlesex. But Northamptonshire in this competition winning 6 out of 7 and currently even ahead of Glamorgan in second place. They've been the real, well, I'm going to say surprise package, but of those other counties, they've been the ones that have really played some fantastic cricket.
Yes, you stole my words there, Ed. I think I was going to say exactly that. And looking at that table this morning, Northamptonshire have done really well. And to be in the position that they're in, if you had been a betting person, whether you'd been betting on them to be there from the start of the season, I don't know. But it's really putting that pressure on Yorkshire to grab that fourth spot. So the round of games today is going to be really interesting, and even more so next week, which will be the final matches. So we'll see how they go. Looking at the table, I think Middlesex potentially can secure their place if they haven't already, but with a win today. Northamptonshire likewise, but that's a bit of a crunch game, the Yorkshire-Northamptonshire game.
Yeah, very much so.
So we will keep an eye on that one.
I mean, there is a good chance that even if Yorkshire lose, they'll still be in 4th place, 4 wins and 4 defeats. But again, we said it last week, and included the Gloucestershire win now as well. All 4 of their wins have been with bonus points. They've won big.
And they're looking at because they and Worcestershire had the same number of points, the same number of wins, but Yorkshire's run rate was superior.
Yes, they've won even bigger. And Worcestershire, I mean, well, yeah, Worcestershire likewise. They've only had bonus point wins as well, but Yorkshire's. I mean, there was that game against Derbyshire, wasn't there, where they racked up over 300 and bowled Derbyshire out for about 70 or 80, which
huge run difference.
That along.
Oh, lovely ball
through.
Yeah, it's just worth mentioning today. Worcestershire are playing Glamorgan at Aswood Bank Cricket Club, which has very recently been named the Josh Baker Over, in honour of the Worcestershire men's player Josh Baker, who sadly passed away last year, but he was from Aswood Bank, so they've renamed it as the Josh Baker Oval.
Oh, that's lovely. That's really good to hear. It's an appeal, maybe just striking a little bit of pad. Certainly seemed fairly speculative from some of the Gloucestershire fielders. Yeah, I think you can see it just deflect off a bit of pad.
Yes. Well, the batter looked really unworried.
It's a little bit off the outer part of the bat from Gordon, but does take the one. Deep third and fine leg. 2 fielders back, so pretty standard seamers field inside the power play. With Bird swinging it in, they've gone with the short mid-wicket rather than a slip, which is understandable because I suppose we've already seen one catch on the leg side, but just as likely you'd think to get a catch there. Ooh, another one which Barnfather sees that in swing, the one that came back in and nearly knocked out Gordon's off stump earlier on in the over. And again, you just can't help but think, is that going to hoop in again? And if it doesn't quite do as much, then you end up playing a delivery that looks like is well wide of off stump. But it's so easy to say, well, she didn't have to play at that. Well, she might have done if it had swung a bit more.
Yes, and I mean, I think previously when we've been here, we've talked about the squeeze being put on by the spinners coming on after the power play, but at the moment we've got a pretty good squeeze going on for this first 6 overs, 22 for 2.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing with this Gloucestershire side. I mean, they've got Dolman as well as a seam option. Story could bowl some seam as well if that's where Liv Daniels wants to go, but then once again you've got the 3 off spin options, with Phillips coming in for Hill for this game, but then still you've got Skelton and then Daniels herself, and you'd expect those off spinners to be the main threat through the middle overs, and they have been wicket taking threats. So if the seamers can take early ones as they have here, it does set Gloucestershire up pretty well. But Gordon looking to set Kent up still here and finding just the 1 run down to long leg.
Yes, the angle that Caitlin Belch was coming out bowling round the wicket, that one was just onto the leg, so she was able to just tickle that away down there, just push it away. So what we saw her doing last week was that ball that came across, bowled from quite wide, from round the wicket and coming across the batter. Have to see if she can reproduce that one today.
She's played a couple of good-looking drives as Barnfather, but found mid-off with them. But you still feel, or you'd hope from a Kent point of view at this stage, that those are the sorts of shots that start to settle you a bit as a batter, at least feel the middle of the bat, even if you're finding the fielder.
That's right. So then if one is slightly looser or in your the place you like to hit it, then at least you're geared up to doing that. So well watched there and just dropped in front of her.
Well, it's a little bit more of a sedate feel about Bristol compared with Manchester over the weekend, I must say.
Right, tell us about that then, Ed.
Well, I mean, there is always so much going on in Manchester whenever you go there. I think Bristol seems a little more of a sleepy bank holiday weekend, but I'm sure there was an awful lot going on as well, various festivals and the like. There's always some music festival going on or other in Bristol, but Manchester, it's Pride weekend, which, you know, that is
lively.
Basically, well, other than London, it's the biggest one, isn't
Yes.
it? And then, what else? Yeah, Manchester City were playing at home, so I got there on Saturday at about 3 o'clock.
So you didn't know whether you were looking for the sky blue or the rainbows. They're surrounded.
Lovely shot.
Nice shot.
That is a shot that we might struggle to see beaten today for correctness, for timing, for placement, and for technique. Perfect on drive. And we said Barnfather might feel a little settled getting a couple of drives away, even if they did find fielders. Well, that one was never finding a fielder. So her first boundary. And Barnfather, who's one of those several players for Kent that we've chatted about this before, who is pretty new to the Kent setup. Helped away down to long leg. Story is the fielder down there and keeps it to 1. Strong throw in as well, but quick to the ball, which dissuaded them from coming back for 2. 7 gone, 28 for 2.
Yes, and without sounding boring about it, she is somebody who's come from Gunnersbury, the club that we talked about before. So
right.
I've just looked up her. I thought she had played for them, so she's been playing her club cricket there. Been picked up by Kent this season. So yeah, that's a familiar name. It's not a name you forget, really, is it?
No, it isn't. It's a cracking name.
Yeah.
What else I do like, and I do deeply thank Kent for doing this, because it does give us something to talk about other than just the cricket, much as we love talking about cricket. Oh, that's a good delivery from Bird, and Barnfather's just got some bat on that, trying to dig it out. It was bat on to boot. Take another look here, but that started quite wide of the off stump, swings back in. Bird not far off her second wicket, but Barnfather's done well to get some bat on it. But I do love these "Did you know" sections on the Kent website. Cut away. Oh, that was a tricky one for Ahern. It was blasted at her, and then on the half volley and on one of those used pitches as well,
Yeah,
it skips past her and down to the boundary.
Just on the footholes, wasn't it, from on that other strip? Yeah, really hard one to stop. Yeah, she went for it. That was one of the ones that if you get it wrong, it does end up on your nose. But fortunately, that didn't happen.
Wouldn't want to field a backward point ever. Oh, that's very wide. Does just land, I think, on the cut strip, but slipping out a bit from Alice Bird.
She's doing a sort of a slight, for those who can remember, it's something from the Ministry of Silly Walks there, I think, just trying to get her strides right at the end. Knees up in the air and legs stretched out, but back in position now.
I think she intended to leave that one for a wide, and it just wasn't quite wide enough.
That was a strange one. I thought it was going to be a wide, and somehow the batter's leg got in the way of it. I'm glad you said that, Ed, because I thought it was definitely going down that way.
Well, she certainly thought it was.
Yeah.
Ended up just booting it to mid-wicket. I'm not sure that the umpire would have allowed them a leg by if they'd run through for that.
No, because there definitely wasn't a shot played. Another wide here now. That was quite a tight one, I think.
Yes, it did seem to be swinging back in, but it's always that judgment call as to exactly when it passed the batter, how was it? It was almost the opposite of how it so often is in terms of that it actually wasn't quite as wide as it looked. I mean, that one was almost curling back in around the guideline. And it is only a guideline. Oh, another no ball. So now Barnfather is going to have a free hit. Have you heard of this? Her favourite musical artist, according to the Kent website, is Ocean Alley.
I'm going to have to confess that I haven't.
Is that what the kids are listening to now?
Presumably.
Sorry.
I mean, it's all right. Sadly, when my kids are in their 30s, I'm not quite sure I'm qualified to talk about people in their teens and early 20s. But we shall have to find out.
She's got a free hit here. It's a full toss, but it'll be okay. I think she's advancing at it as well, which didn't help her try and get it away. And as so often, those full tosses can actually be pretty effective and straight to extra cover.
You've got me thinking now. You're beating me. Yes, here we go.
Ocean Alley is an Australian alternative psychedelic rock band. Wow.
I'm not sure I'm any the wiser.
Oh, Misfield up at mid-off. And that will be 2 runs in the end. Yeah, they do come back for that second run. So Alice Bird's mood, I'm sure, won't be improved by that. And she's still got another delivery to come in this over.
Turning into a relatively expensive over.
Yeah, so these two, as I say, they've got memories of batting on this ground and starting to rebuild things after 2 early wickets for Gloucestershire.
Yorkshire have lost another wicket. 50 for 3 now. You may have a slightly more updated score than me.
That's what I've got as well. They're hitting boundaries, but they're also losing wickets. 3 for 22 for Bethan Robinson for Northamptonshire. It's a pretty strong top order they've got. We've got Anisha Patel is captaining Northamptonshire, but Amelia Kemp, Chloe Hill, who we talked about a fair bit in the Worcestershire game, Chloe Hill keeping wicket, Michaela Kirk, who got the runs against Gloucestershire earlier this season. Game that Gloucestershire were really right in, and again, it feels as though that's happened quite a lot against Gloucestershire this season, in that, and similarly with Campbell, one very experienced, basically tier 1 player has ended up being the difference.
And I think, I mean, we talked before about how that shows what the aspiring players need to aspire to, because you can just see that difference in the standard. But equally, sometimes when the players are coming in on loan, it can sort of upset the balance of a team. Just be glad, Ed, that you're not commentating on the Worcestershire Glamorgan game, because now Davies is out, Davis is out, and Davis is out. So they've had the 3 wickets that have fallen are all either Davies or Davis.
I think I'd have to boycott that one.
Which is quite appropriate when they're playing Glamorgan, isn't it? It wouldn't have been surprising to hear the Davies playing for Glamorgan, really, would it?
No. Well, supposed to get Freya Davies playing for Welsh Fire. It's
Can we
about as
make-
close as they get.
Can we make a team of Davises and Davies?
Probably.
I know we did Scotland last week.
Oh,
We
no.
came up with all the Scottish players, didn't we?
Georgia Davis.
Yes.
There's another one.
So we're up to 5 at the moment then, without trying too hard.
Trust me, I'm already trying hard.
Meanwhile, back at the Seat Unique Stadium, Caitlin Belcher comes in again.
It's a good delivery. Gordon has certainly reined herself in after those couple of wickets. And, you know, they're scoring at 4.5 and over, and doing that whilst not taking a great deal of risks. Gloucestershire have allowed them a few extra runs as well. But I think we've seen there's enough pace in the pitch and in the outfield that you can score pretty quickly anyway. And again, just calmly worked down to fine leg. I'm still thinking about Davies. You can hear the cogs
I know.
whirring at home. There's got to be more that I'm missing. Driven over the top of that one, I think, is Barnfather. So 1 over left in the power play after this. And quite often you'll see sides go to the spinner for the 10th over, but we'll see what Gloucestershire do. It was quite a long 4th over for Alice Bird. Still a little bit of swing about. They could bring Dolman on. Oh, full toss, and that's going to be a no ball and a 4. And extras continue to hurt Gloucestershire, and Belcher on a warning for running on the danger area, and she'll be on a warning for that delivery as well. Definitely looked over waist height, and well done to Barnfather as well. I think it was possibly, was that an attempted slower ball? I'm not sure whether that was a slower ball that slipped, but she certainly lined it up quickly.
That's well bowled to get a dot ball off the no ball there.
So I think we've had, what, 3 free hits, and I think there's only been 1 run scored off them, so it could have been worse for Gloucestershire. They have at least recovered from those no balls well with the free hit deliveries, and it was a good plan from Belcher as well. I mean, she is having to bowl round the wicket anyway, but the leg side swinging arc, she really took that out of the equation there.
Yeah.
And also, even if the ramp had been attempted, as was attempted by the first free hit, you're going to struggle to ramp that.
Yes, from that position. Change of bowler now. Looks like Chloe Skelton coming on.
Yes, it is. It's amazing how many sides do this. It's the
It's
5+4, and then it's 1 over of spin for the last over of power
it's
play.
the formula.
So here is one of Gloucestershire's 2 Tier 1 loanees for this game. Jess Hazel behind the stumps and Chloe Skelton with the ball. Well, that's past Hazel, and that might well be 5. It's just slowing up, but I think it'll get there. You just so seldom see anything slow up down to that boundary towards the flats.
No.
And what Gloucestershire have done really well in the last few games is limit the extras, but it's already up to 15 here.
Yes, that was didn't really give because the keeper standing up, and by the time it had gone past the batter, she really didn't stand much chance of getting across to that one. See if she can get back on a line now.
Looped up off the gloves of Hazel. Yeah, to a certain extent, Kent have been gifted this start, not just with the extras, but things like that full toss free hit, and another one escapes Hazel. Another chase for Dolman towards the boundary. She will get there this time, but that's now going to be, what, 8 runs off the over already, and we've only had one legitimate delivery. 50 is up for Kent. That's what the one person applauding was doing it for.
One person noticed, although it's up, it's nice and big on the board there. It says Kent's 50 runs. Oh, well, I think the others are caught on a little bit now. I'm sure there's no intention there to be impolite, but
Well, that's it, isn't it? You sort of feel like you're applauding the wide
snuck up on them.
as well.
Watchfully played there.
Yeah, it's more like it from Skelton, but even in a 50 over game, you start off with 8 runs off your first ball and you're already playing catch up in terms of your spell.
Yes. And again, you know, we are at that stage of the year where we start thinking about next year, and cutting down on the extras will be one of those things I think Gloucestershire will want to work on.
Yes, I think it's something that a lot of sides will be bearing in mind. But I think, you know, over the last couple of games, direct hit, and that could result in an extra run. It will do. And that's a little bit unfortunate, as Dolman sent the throw in, and well, in some parts of the world it's a dead ball when it hits the stumps like that. But at the same time, well, I don't know, I mean, I guess Dolman was thinking about affecting the run out there. One of those things that happens, but as they like to say, momentum. It's never just momentum, it's momentum has shifted.
Whose momentum?
Exactly.
Well, just looking, going back to what we were saying about the extras, at the moment we've got 18 extras, so extras is currently top score by 1 for both the batters. So a third of their runs in effect have come from that.
Yeah, and as I say, I mean, I think, well, let's have a look back. Against Yorkshire, there were 18 extras in the entire innings.
And 18 off 10 now.
Against Worcestershire, how many there? 17 in 45.4 overs. So, you know, they hadn't been beating themselves, and to a certain extent that was the difference in that Worcestershire game as well. Whilst Gloucestershire ended up winning by 53 runs, it was partly the extras up front that allowed Gloucestershire to get to that score of 291 in the last game but won.
Yes, it was the way they put they scored 4 off the no balls that were being bowled. I think I can remember at least 3 of them, all played much in the same place, but they, you know, very effective.
Katie Dolman replaces Belcher, and with the power play now over, Gloucestershire able to relax the field somewhat. Protection out at deep cover there in the form of Georgie Cant. Becca Halliday has dropped out to deep square, and then Bird down at a wide deep third. So she's not gone on the full-on defensive as Liv Daniels. There are still 6 fielders inside the 25-yard circle. Oh, swing there. Was there an edge? I don't think there was. And
no, I think that's just...
It's going to be more extras.
Yeah, buys. It just picked up on her. I think Jess Hazel has now decided she's going to give up her helmet and stand back, because there's just that little bit too much lift coming through for the keeper to stand up.
Yeah, there's bounce and it's swing as well. I mean, there's okay, it is quite a wide delivery from Dolman, but at the same time, if you're getting that away swing, then that's where you're quite likely to find an edge.
Yeah, it's quite difficult. I mean, she will have kept to Katie Dolman before, but obviously not very much. And I think we've talked before about the teams that you have, the teams within teams, and you get to know your bowler, you get to know the pace of the wicket as a keeper, and whether you should be up or back. And these two won't have bowled. Katie Dolman won't have bowled at her ever so much. So she's probably a wise decision to go back until she can see how the pace of that wicket is going.
It's a better delivery. Still that hint of away swing, but on a sort of line which could get a batter in trouble. Yorkshire 4 wickets down. A bizarre score at Wantage Road. 61 on the board halfway through the 11th over, but they're 4 wickets down.
It sounds it's more like a T20 game than a 50-over game.
And it's 4 wickets now for Bethan Robinson for Northamptonshire. Amy Campbell might have to do another rescue act there.
And meanwhile, my other team, Worcestershire, are 47 for 5 against Glamorgan.
Lost a 5th, have they?
Yes.
Short ball, that could be 6. It's going to be.
Yes.
Crashes into the fence at mid-wicket. And I did wonder whether some of those cars parked over there might be in a bit of danger with Amy Gordon. And then
I might have to go move mine, I think.
I wasn't too far off a couple that were parked just beyond the boundary there.
No, I'm in what 1, 2, 3 rows back in the car park, so hopefully I'll be all right.
You might have to have your... Well, certainly you've got to have your hand ready if you're going to be watching the game from there, as some people sometimes do watch the game from the cars. You have to get the reverse manoeuvre in pretty quickly.
Yeah.
You see that ball coming. So 65 for 2, nearly a run a ball. Extraordinary start, really, considering Kent lost Darlington for 2, Sturge for 0, score 11 for 2. Gloucestershire really needing now the experience of Skelton to help pull this back, but they have leaked runs in one way or another and taken the pressure off Kent themselves, really.
Just looking at that Worcestershire game, it's interesting. The one person who's not out is Claire Boycott, the captain, and it's her home club, who will probably have played on that wicket more than most people, and she's still there. Hasn't scored a huge amount of the balls she's faced, but maybe that is the way to play it there. But not sure that message has got through to the other batters.
I mean, again, run rate is...
Oh, there's potential overthrow there, but just backed up well.
I mean, run rate is absolutely no problem. They're going at around about 4s. If you're 1 or 2 down, time to rebuild. Oh, tempted Barnfather into the big drive there. Bale sent absolutely flying by Jess Hazel, and Dean Daniels says you can repair that yourself. Moved a muscle at square leg. Short, quick delivery from Skelton. Straight pulled to mid-off. Time for a bit of hand signalling after that one.
Could be another wide, yes, just past the leg stump. She's not quite got that line. These are not wides. They are probably, 6 inches outside leg stump, but in this competition that is still a wide.
A little bit of turn as well, which she doesn't help her, and then bowling the wider one outside off, because there is that turn. A little bit of... well, I'd say it wasn't a mix-up at all, but it was a little bit of shall we, shan't we about the second run there. Belcher does have a very strong arm out at deep cover. Oh, now there's a genuine mix-up, but I think there was always one there. The bird didn't field it absolutely cleanly, but I think even if she had, there should have been one. Anyway, 68 for 2 at the end of that over.
And the 12th is running on with some drinks for the batters now after 12 overs.
Not even had an hour.
It's quite warm out there.
True.
I'm just looking at the scores for the other games. So despite the chaos that's happening in various parts of the country, meanwhile down in Hove by the seaside, Middlesex is serenely scuppering the Sharks. 61 for no wicket at the moment off 13.
Yeah, 7 out of 7 Middlesex. And 4 points clear at the top. So you would think, especially given how good their net run rate is as well, Northamptonshire are going to be doing very well to beat Yorkshire with a bonus point. So Middlesex could even all but mathematically secure top spot today. And you'd have thought probably that home game in the semi-finals hit powerfully to extra cover. Great stop. Georgie Kant out there. And she had to get down low and form the barrier. Keeps it to 2, but she does hit the ball extremely hard, does Gordon. Short enough and wide enough that she could get hold of it.
And that's another wide. Just as a reminder of how this competition works, so it's the top 4 that go through to the semi-finals. The venues for both of those are still to be confirmed, but I've just discovered, and I didn't know this, the final will be at New Road, Worcester. Probably not with Worcestershire there. That might be a good one to go along and watch if you're local.
Big swing there. Yeah, so League 2 final is the day after men's T20 finals day, and then the week after that you've got men's One Day Cup final followed by women's One Day Cup final, League 1.
Oh, they just keep coming.
How many finals days are there? I think I did tot it up at one point. So you've got the 2 One Day Cups for the women, you've got the One Day Cup for the men, 3 blasts, of course. Off the toe end of the bat, she still belted that, and that might well have been a wide if she'd left it, and then an excellent stop from Skelton at extra cover. So I got to 6. Then you had the finals day for the County Cup knockout competition. 7. Probably missed others as well. That's just county finals days. Pulled away through mid-wicket, and that's to the shorter boundary. Doesn't matter. It's thankfully hit off the bottom of the picket fence and not gone right through the car park, because I was imagining somebody with a very long chase off toward the outdoor nets.
Yes, we saw last week, didn't we? Somebody having to use one of the groundsman's brooms to retrieve the ball from under the cars. But where have they gone? And they were under a piece of equipment trying to get the ball out from there. I think the ball did suffer a little bit in that way last week. We've got a little adjustment in the field now, filling that gap. Caitlin Belch has gone out to that deep mid-wicket position.
And that is what that shot creates. No fielder at mid-wicket or at square leg saving the single.
So a single, yeah, every time.
Gordon quite happy to keep the strike, I'm sure. 76 for 2 after 13 overs. It wasn't too long ago that score predictor that I'm always extremely dubious about was saying about 220. Changes its tune quite quickly, which is understandable, it's allowed to, but you know, it's more of an indication really of how the feel of this innings has completely changed in pretty much the second half or so of the 13 overs that we've seen.
From 270 from where they are now, not impossible.
We take a chase.
Oh, that's a good ball. The batter's still holding the position, but sadly the ball's gone past already.
They've got plenty of spin options themselves of Kent. They will be more than interested to see this little bit of turn and bounce. Placed well by Gordon between mid-wicket and backward square. Not hit especially hard, but just that continual strike rotation, and 32 off 42. If you could still score even quicker. That's the concerning thing for Gloucestershire. They could do with a wicket. And will not get one there, and that might be 4. In fact, it will be between deep mid-wicket and deep square. Long boundary, and you do have to hit it. We saw this last week as well, to that long leg side boundary. You've got to hit it extremely hard to get a 4. We didn't even see Campbell hit that many to that side, and she's made great connection with that sweep shot.
She has, but what we're seeing from her at the moment is probably what I would call the traditional shots. You know, so not some of the ones that have come into the T20 game. So the more improvised ones, that was a very traditional, all along the ground, bisecting the two fielders there.
Another very quick delivery. Gordon rightfully sending Barnfather back, even though technically it was Barnfather's call just in front of square. She's certainly giving the air of somebody that is set for the long haul. Yes. Amy Gordon.
Yes, there's not lots of foot movement or twitching or adjusting position. It's that sort of pretty classic stance, waiting to see what the ball does. And there we go. This could, having said that, we could have just nearly talked her out there. The fielders managed to get round for that one. It was one hit in the air, out towards mid-wicket. Fielder came across and managed to stop it, but it just dropped short of where the catch might have been.
That was Barnfather with that slog sweep, and interesting, trying to still target that long side, but again she did enough to find the gap. So Kent continuing on around about a run a ball, and so far Gloucestershire's main weapon really with the ball, Chloe Skelton, who was a huge part of bowling them to those victories over Sussex and Worcestershire. 3 overs for 20, although 8 of those are still, in fact I think 9 of them total, down to wides. Liv Daniels bringing herself on. Captain taking the responsibility of trying to break this dangerous looking partnership.
Yeah, so they've dropped a fielder in at that sort of short mid-wicket position and have got sort of deep and mid-wicket out on the boundary, almost in a line. But trying to cover both eventualities, the drop and run and the one that's hit more firmly. That one's gone backward a square, just for the single.
Looks like another fairly breezy day, which might be even more of a factor by the looks of things later on. Met Office forecasting some 30-mile-an-hour gusts.
Certainly a day for the sun cream. Strong breeze.
Oh yeah, that's
and sunshine.
Nightmare for that, isn't it? UV factor is 6, which I don't think is the highest, but high enough, as you say, when combined with the wind.
Yes. Can't actually feel yourself burning.
No. Well, they're going for the single here up to mid-on. They'll be shy at the stumps. I think she'd have been gone with a hit.
That was a great effort there. Just went onto the back foot and played it out. fielder picked it up well, threw it in, and looks like she just missed the stumps. But
I think it's Story up there at mid-on. It is. Never really looked like a single, especially deep in the crease, and yes, she'd have been gone easily. Oh, that's a beauty from Daniels. This has been a good start from her.
Yeah, that turned, looked from outside off and went almost down leg in the end.
And what we have seen, particularly from Barnfather, is that just a few dots, and actually she is looking to play the big shots still, even though Kent are in a really good position at 85 for 2. So Gloucestershire have got to think. You know, it almost feels a bit more like T20 in terms of 3 dots, and something could give, and it did give there with that run that wasn't really a run.
No, that was just misjudged, I think, in terms of how quickly the ball was going to come in.
But also on the back foot, deep in the crease. If you took a couple of steps down, it might have been a single. So Skelton continuing. The squeeze has certainly not yet been applied, and with these two going the way they are, I feel like the wicket's the only way it's going to be applied. Looking to go straight down the ground. That's a good strike from Barnfather. Straight enough of long on, but also enough elevation that there was no danger there. She's picked up the length there and realised that it's full enough that she can get underneath it.
And you've got the 2 fielders there just on the ring. So space to get between them once you get past the bowler. That was just pushed out onto the leg side. Another single. They have now overtaken extras though, so that's good.
Oh, that has been squirted slightly by Gordon for a moment. I thought that was heading towards Daniels at short mid-wicket. And we know how sharp she is in those close positions, but away to her right-hand side. Another single.
And we've now got one of the fielders going out, Katie Dolman going out onto the boundary. Sort of a long on.
Well, that's probably one of the best deliveries in terms of line and length that Skelton's bowled. She has struggled a little bit, uncharacteristically, in these almost 4 overs. Well, there's a bit more flight on that one and just past short mid-wicket.
And that's just going to go between Katie Dolman and the fielder running round from deep mid-wicket. 4 runs.
Oh, that has got to hurt Chloe Skelton, because she felt she had the batter there, and then not only just evading the fielder for the catch, but then evading the chase on the boundary. She must be thinking, they finally, last couple of deliveries, that one really did come out beautifully out of the hand. I mean, you could see it the moment it left the hand. It had that little bit of drift, the work on it. You could see she'd put the revs on it. It had come off the fingers beautifully, and ends up being 4. Top edged, another one's going to be safe. No chance for deep square leg running in. And they're teeing off really, Kent, and at the moment they're getting away with it.
Yeah, somebody on the ring might have got back for that, but it would have been a difficult catch up and over their shoulder. But with the fielder on the boundary, she had no chance of getting to that one.
Well, it's an entertaining way of going about things.
Yeah.
Going again, blasting it towards mid-off, and something on that at least.
Yeah, I think it's a shin.
Dolman, yeah. Hesitating because I wasn't exactly sure what part of the body it was.
Yeah. Uncomfortable, whatever.
Under the pump, Gloucestershire. Oh, what's happened there? She didn't try and hit it over the boundary.
And I was just looking at Amy Gordon's score, because she doesn't seem to have... she's got up to 35, but without looking, and there's some more, at least probably two, no, just the one.
There's another huge swing.
Yeah. But yes, Amy Gordon seems to have accumulated her way up to 35 or 48 balls without me realising just how quickly she'd scored. The two batters are on neck and neck at the moment, 36 each. That's well bowled.
Yes, a
Just
fairly half-hearted shot to contrast with
yeah.
with some of the shots earlier on in the over.
Yeah, just tempting Barnfather there, but it just was too close to it to hit away.
Oh, outside edge. And understandably no slip given the way that this partnership's been going. But things not falling for Gloucestershire in the last couple of overs. They could certainly be guilty of not having made their own fortune in previous times, but these last couple of overs, they have come so close to taking wickets on several occasions. But it is good fun to watch what Gordon and Barnfather are doing, because there's something happening pretty much every ball. 99 for 2.
Chloe Skelton to continue. Oh, that was
another mix-up.
There we go, Eddie. See, there wasn't nearly something happening every ball.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It looked like a straightforward defensive shot toward point, and they made something happen out of it. Barnfather, I think, is saying there's a single there, and Gordon just shaking her head. No.
Leaning on her bat.
No, there isn't. You can run next time if you want.
If you want me to run, hit it harder. And that's another dot ball. Oh, lovely ball there. Just missing everything and going through to the keeper.
So 3 dots, 3 defensive shots. Big shot.
Fourth ball or fifth ball? Fourth ball, you're reckoning?
Big shot. I think she might go for that slog sweep again. Oh, it was wide.
Wide on the offside.
Slog sweeping that.
Just played out for one. Not quite the big shot, but a shot.
No, and in fact, I mean, that is good batting as well, because if you try and muscle that pull shot away, then it's probably every chance that you don't get hold of it and bring one of those leg side fielders into play. 100 is up.
And the batters are having a little mid-wicket conference there. Don't know quite what that was to say.
Just for the 100, I guess.
Yeah.
Always an appeal here, and
oh,
it's given.
Yeah.
In the end, because I think Gordon was half walking anyway. I'm not sure that decision was going to be given out, but I think Gordon may be deciding to walk, and that is the breakthrough.
That'll be interesting on the replay. Let's see what we've got here. So yeah, there we go. She's coming. There's the snick.
It's the appeal. Gordon takes 2 or 3 steps toward the leg side, and then the finger goes up. So I don't know whether she was actually walking or not.
It was a guilty step, wasn't it?
It was looking that way, yes.
She's just looking at the umpire in the hope that she's not giving it, but she was already on her way.
Yeah.
So the partnership is broken, which is exactly what Worcestershire needed. No, hang on, I'm getting in trouble now. Hang on, whoa, rewind. Edit that out. It was Gloucestershire needed that one.
I was going to say, I think Worcestershire quite want Gloucestershire to lose this, don't they?
They probably do, yes. No, I want Gloucestershire to win this because I'm here today.
89 that partnership put on in exactly 90 balls.
So pretty much a runner ball.
And it's really allowed Kent, whether they go this way or not. Judging by the way they've played so far, they won't, but actually they could just think, okay, we bat the 50 overs out, then probably end up with a pretty defendable score here, especially given the pattern that we've seen in a lot of these games. But
Yeah.
they seem to have come out with a team mentality of, we are going to go out and play with no fear and express ourselves, or something like that anyway. Gosh, bless you. That sounds pretty nasty,
know,
whatever you've got down there. I hope you're okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure help is at hand if not.
Coco Street's into bat now. Number 17.
Oh dear. A little bit of coffee down the wrong way.
Anyone know? I don't think you can do the Heimlich manoeuvre for for liquids.
Oh, another attempted drive, first ball. They are not hanging about. I mean, like I say, you can see that this is, judging by the way that everybody is batted, this is a team decision that they've made. That I don't know. All I can think is in other instances before. I'm not saying this is what's happened, but sometimes when you don't have a great deal to lose toward the bottom of the table, you start to think, well, actually, let's see how many we can push for here. You know, let's maybe get used to actually scoring these higher totals, playing the bigger shots, and you know, when you do make that step up, you do have to to score bigger. You probably do get fewer extras to supplement the total. That's going to be a boundary, is it? No, there's a fielder out deep mid-wicket. I couldn't see the fielder at all because of the mullion
Yes.
in front of me. Absolutely no clue there was a fielder out there. I do apologise.
I was trying to find a way of saying that without using language I shouldn't be using, but yeah, you might as well just go for it when you can't qualify anyway.
I can't wait to hear later on what you would have said. You can write it down for me. Oh, it's flight.
But the gist being, you've got nothing to lose really, and as you say, Ed, you might as well see what, test what is possible. You know, if you take that positive approach, where might that take you, and how do you take that then into next year?
Cut away towards backward point. Ahern tumbles and stops it. Saves an extra run or two, but Coco Streets is off the mark.
Pushed out to mid-wicket there. Just the single, back onto the pushing the singles at the moment. Which is probably wise after having had that partnership broken.
Yeah, Liv Daniels has tightened things up from that Ashley Down road end as well. He says as she bowls a wide.
And did they take the run as well?
It's the first wide that she has bowled. Again, just early on in this partnership, really want to apply the brakes now. Gloucestershire, I mean, of course, they'd ideally like to take another wicket, but just build that pressure a little bit. She certainly hit the gloves hard with that throw there. Chloe Skelton, I think possibly taking out a little bit of frustration from earlier on.
Yes.
On the wicket keeper. Copping the brunt of it. Dinked away to short fine leg. There'll be a throw at the non-strikers, but in the end it was a good call from Streets running to the danger end. And 106 for 319 overs gone. And Barnfather, the top scorer in this innings. There are the bowling figures, but it is that extras column below the bowling figures which is really the not quite the defining factor, because that would take away from that Gordon and Barnfather partnership. But it is certainly a big factor in it, because it was not just the runs that were conceded, it was the switch over of control and the way that the Kent batters were able to settle because of them.
Yes, I think it made a better score coming out of the power play than Kent might otherwise have had, and that's given them the good platform now on which they've been able to build.
The lights have turned themselves off in our commentary box again.
So we're all waving to see if we can make them come on again.
Well, I'm quite fine with the lights off,
yeah,
personally, but no. There we go. James Healy, our stream operator, has decided that more electricity needs to be wasted. Cut away, it beats backward point, and Belcher patrolling that cover boundary, just keeping it to the one. Sun just peeping in, but we've got a high level cloud and still set for a fair day weather-wise. Oh, bowled! Skelton's got a second wicket. It was an attempted sweep shot from Street, and oh dear.
She left her bat behind. She tried to hit herself on the pad there, and the bat fell out of her hand. So
Not going to improve her mood.
No.
Just snuck underneath the bat. It was looped up there.
It's a good ball.
And it almost, because I think that's just taken the leg stump, would have been probably slightly in summation of some of the luck that Skelton's had in the last couple of overs if that had just turned and gone down the leg side. It's not taken much of the stumps, and we can see from where Hazel's moving that she's anticipating that it's going to turn and bounce away, but it has just taken that stump. And another flying bat out of a batter's hand, but not this time because of a shot being played. That has certainly been a story of this summer, and I saw it happen again yesterday. Alice Monaghan went for a huge heave-ho, and the ball went about as far as the bat did, both about 25 yards.
Well, my favourite still has to be Grace Harris's one from last year in the WBBL, where she knew there was a crack in her bat, but she played it anyway.
Still hit it for 6.
She hit it for 6, and the bat went in the handle and the bat went in 2 different directions. That was amazing.
Absolutely absurd.
She's been good value while she's been playing in the 100. Just her whole personality. She keeps the crowd entertained.
Well, both the Harrises.
Yes.
Laura is the best fun to watch. Just somebody that is going to go out and try and hit every ball for 6 pretty much.
Doesn't leave you wondering, does she?
So a brief stay for Coco Streets, and that will bring Sophie Singer to the middle.
That's a nice shot. No run, but played all along the ground. Out to mid-off.
So 20 overs bowled and 107 for 4. And Singer, another one of those players who has made a move to Kent. And one thing I did want to talk about was almost this slightly forgotten group of players who were playing for counties who were then given Tier 1 status. So Singer, I believe, a former Essex player, likes of Amy Gordon as well, a former Surrey player. And whilst, of course, all the publicity and all the, understandably the feeling was, well, it's great to have the counties back aligned again, and excitement about what Tier 1 was going to bring, especially amongst the counties that were awarded Tier 1. But there was always that question of, well, what's going to happen to those players that were playing for those sides? And some of them have been able to relocate, and I'm sure in some instances it's helped as far as studying and that sort of thing, that they could relocate, and especially some of the younger players would have been in a position in their lives, I'm sure, where they would have been able to set up somewhere, but that hasn't been the case for everybody. And there are, I'm sure, several players out there, as that is a good delivery again from Daniels. There are several players out there whose careers unfortunately have been really affected by the changes, and it's almost the case that I'm sure they would say, well, you know, it's great that that change is happening, so it's hard for them even to really get their stories out there.
I think that's making me think, listening to podcasts about Kate Cross and being dropped from the England trip to go over to the World Cup, and the impact that's had on her. And, you know, at a different level, there is a huge impact on players being dropped out of a professional setup and going... Sorry, just pausing there because there was a wide being signalled, but meanwhile the wicketkeeper was appealing for a catch. But it's the wide stands.
Nobody else seemed to join her in that one.
Yeah, when you look at the amount of effort, time, money, whatever you're putting into getting to where you need to be as far as your cricket's concerned, when somebody makes that shout, that call and says, no, sorry, you're not going to make it here, it's really hard and can really affect people's mental health.
Well, especially if that is then, if it's a county that they've played for since they were, you know, knee-high to a grasshopper, then, you know, that's got to be a bitter blow. And then, you know, okay, you can still play club cricket, but there's this new and exciting structure, and because of factors in your own life, you can't be a part of that.
And to be fair, you know, if you'd been even if you'd been not in the professional tier, like playing regularly for Gloucestershire, and then for whatever reason weren't able to carry on doing that, do you really want to, having been playing your home games on the county ground, do you really want to go back to playing club cricket on less than ideal grounds in some cases? It's a really hard one. I mean, some people just do it for the love of cricket. I've been playing up until the last couple of years, you know, so into my 60s, but that's just because I love the cricket. But there was never an option of doing any professional stuff, so I just did it because I wanted to do it. But I think for some of those who've really pushed into wanting to push themselves into the professional cricket world and then they don't quite get there, what do they do next? You know, have they sacrificed any of their education and what else they might have do in terms of careers, qualifications, whatever, and are they going to pick that up afterwards, or are they going to try and run them alongside?
Charlie Phillips into the attack, and a low full toss that is played between short mid-wicket and mid-on, and good placement from Singer and off the mark with a boundary.
Indeed. I think it was interesting, even with some of the... I don't know if it was one of the 100 games when some of the players were being interviewed, and I think all the England players that had been interviewed, Lauren Bell and others, they'd all already got their qualifications. They'd already, you know, Lauren Bell had her degree, somebody else had got their masters and whatever, so they'd already done some of the education side. But it's going to be interesting to see how that works for some of the players who are coming into this sort of setup in their teens.
Yes, that's true, because in recent past, you know, the England women's set up at Loughborough, well, they won't go for a single there, but there certainly was one there that time. You know, the setup was very much aligned with Loughborough, and, you know, get your degree from Loughborough and get high quality training at Loughborough as well. But as you say, the system a little bit different now. That's gone straight up in the air, and oh no! It looked as though Hazel was going to get there and then thought that the bowler was going to have it, and it lands right in between them.
Bang in the middle of the wicket, I think that was, wasn't it?
Start with Hazel looking up to locate the ball, and then, yeah, there was just that one look to see if she was going to collide with the bowler, and that proved costly.
As part of the wicket-keepers' defence union, again, it's really hard to pick up exactly where that ball's gone at the start when you've got a helmet on and you're standing up, because you've got the peak of the helmet in your way. But that was unfortunate. Yes, I know there are some keepers who've gone for the sort of American baseball style face masks instead,
yeah.
but that doesn't protect the rest of your head. Happens less in these games when the wides are so tight, but in other games when wide umpires are a bit more generous with wides, people, particularly inexperienced players, do follow round behind the wicket with the bat, and that's where wicket keepers can get smacked round the head, as I speak from experience. And you know, it's not particularly their fault, but you know, what are you doing standing there? That's my job. So you can see why full helmets make more sense than just those face masks, because it's not just the ones to the face, but it's the ones that you can get hit on other parts of the head. But they're not the perfect piece of equipment for visibility.
No. You've also got to make sure that that visor is adjusted properly as well. Because it's the one thing with those face masks, and at least there's nowhere for the ball to sneak through at the front. But as you say, the back is still a real issue. Clip down fine. Now this could be a run out, and it will not be.
Just all seems slightly in slow motion, that one. It was definitely an opportunity.
Did. It was Phillips at short fine leg, and I was quite surprised that they made it, I must say. Even with the bails being removed, it looked as though Singer was struggling.
Now this is interesting, or I think it's Singer's taking an off-stump guard. Which is, oh, here we go. We're just having a look at the run-out, potential run-out.
Here we go.
Oh, there was definitely a moment when the batter seemed to think that she was going to get in easily, and suddenly thought, again, something I'm not going to say on here, but had to accelerate.
Certainly a direct hit would have done the trick, but it did look as if she was just in. Now, is that not going to be signalled a wide? No, umpire says she moved across to the offside.
Okay, this is given the clear signal there.
It's going to be an offside wide that time.
Overcorrection.
Nice try from Hazel.
Yeah.
Oh. They've had a little bit of a pesky stump, I think.
We haven't got any zinger bails or anything to worry about here, at least.
Oh, I actually, I didn't think I would get as excited as the crowd get about those, but I do love the zinger bails. Oh, beautifully bowled. There's an appeal and given. So Singer has to go for 4. I'm assuming that must have been an inside edge rather than an outside edge that Gloucestershire were appealing for, but Liv Daniels does get reward for some tight bowling. And we'll get a look at a replay here. No, it was on the outside edge, but Coco Streets has, sorry, Sophie Singer has straightened up and stared at the umpire in a way that suggests that she did not feel that she hit it, but it is 3 quick wickets for Gloucestershire.
Yes, that was a strange one. I thought the way, because I think the keeper took the bails off as well, and I was looking at one umpire, but it was the umpire at the bowler's end that actually gave it out, so they must have thought there was a nick there. I thought they were looking for the stumping, but it was the wrong umpire.
Well, it would be ambitious to give a stumping from the bowler's end.
Oh, I think they might be in trouble for that. So Laura Bailey coming in now.
I wonder what the chat is now, as this has been a strange old innings with Kent 11 for 2, then 100 for 3 with the partnership at a runner ball from 11 for 2, and now 3 wickets for 14.
As it stands at the moment, it's going to be really time for Barnfather to consolidate and stay there for a little while now. I think it would be interesting to see whether she's still going to play those slightly more expansive shots. But and the batters that are coming in really need to just stay with her and keep those runs ticking over. Allow them to build that score. Because they've got loads of time left. They're not halfway through yet. But the rate they're going, they could run out of wickets.
Yes, because you sort of wonder what obviously the plan seemed to be for the top order to go very hard. What was the plan if
that didn't
there
work?
was one? And yes, well, I'm sure that, well, you'd think there would be a plan. James Hockley, the Kent coach, a very fine former middle order player, so I thought that there would have been some words for the middle order as far as what he would want.
So I just looking at the L scores, Middlesex still sailing. Oh, I'm going to stick with the nautical theme. They're sailing serenely against the Sharks. I've just lost the score. You know when you want to give
100 and quite a lot without loss, it is 123 without loss.
Yes. Meanwhile, Worcestershire are really struggling. They're now 95 for 9. Their captain, Claire Boycott, the Aswood Bank player, and that's where they're playing on 40 not out. So as we said, I think perhaps she's knows that wicket better than anybody else. Anyway, eventually my computer's caught up. It's giving me the scores now.
Top edge, gone.
That's Barnfather. That's really important wicket there for Gloucestershire.
Catch taken at short fine leg by Georgie Cant, I believe, and that is another wicket down, and the second top edge that we've seen from Phillips in a couple of overs. That one falls to hand, and Barnfather continuing to play her natural game, but it's now 114 for 6. What a topsy-turvy innings.
So the predicted score, it's just dropped. It was well over 200. It's now dropped to 199, which I was going to say, if Gloucestershire can keep them just under that 200, then they are in with a good chance. So we'll just have to see. We don't know much about the Kent tailenders and their scoring ability, so we'll have to see how they get on. But again, they've got there's no rush for them to score these runs with 6 wickets down. Just take their time, Bill. We've seen how the extras can add to the score. So let's see how they get on now. Zina Bilal coming into bat.
Yep, so 4 wickets for 14 make that now. And again, to harp on, but there is that pressure a little bit bowling first. You sort of think, now from this position, Gloucestershire would really want to keep that score under 200. If they could possibly do that.
And then they would be looking for a positive start, but without going too mad at the start.
She has batted 4 times in this.
With success?
In fact, I'm sorry, I'm just realising that says 2024 to 2025, so I'll come back to you on that.
Yeah. Oh, they're taking a quick single here. Ball just played out between point and cover, and they've pinched the single. And that, I think, is what they need to be looking for at this stage.
You'd have thought so.
Just gradually build. One batter on one, Bailey on none. So they just need to be accumulating from here on in.
Did Bilal really impress actually with the ball in the game earlier this season at Bristol? Took a couple of wickets and bowled quickly and actually banged a lot of deliveries in short and short pitch bowling to good effect. Oh, that's a beauty from Phillips, drawing Bailey forward and somehow again missing the outside edge and the stumps. This combination with Daniels and Phillips working very well for Gloucestershire, and another wicket-taking over completed.
I think that, certainly the Gloucestershire heads are now up. That I think that's that. When that partnership was building earlier, what you could almost read off the players is, what are we going to do here? And then the wickets have started falling, and there's an extra spring in everybody's step now. And they can see they're in with a real chance here of keeping this score down and making it chaseable.
Fourth time that Bilal has batted in this competition.
I knew you'd find that answer, Ed. Thank you. And the result was?
Well, the result?
Yeah.
Higher score of 10 so far.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot there.
Good looking sweep shot. That will move her on to 2. You'd have thought that she wouldn't have been coming in a lot of those times with still half the innings to go. So, you know, she's got a very good opportunity of, she can bat well a career best here.
A chance for both of these batters to prove themselves, really. So, as you said, they couldn't have really expected to have come in with this many overs left and an opportunity to really build an innings.
Yeah, Bailey, former Berkshire player. Again, somebody I'm quite looking forward to seeing with ball in hand. They've got some leg break options of Kent, and I do like seeing leg spin.
That entertained us last week, didn't it?
It's nicely dropped into the onside by Bilal, and she's quick enough to be able to push those singles and pushes Bailey through to the striker's end. She batted well against Glamorgan, did Bailey. 27 off just 24 deliveries. Bilal going for the big shot into the onside, clears short mid-wicket, gets it underneath mid-on, but there's a third fielder in line. Deep mid-wicket.
Not quite relay fielding. It's good backing up. Good backup fielding there.
Concentric
Yes.
fielding. The first line of defence breached and the second line. So we've reached the halfway stage in terms of overs of the innings. Question remains whether it will be the halfway stage in terms of overs that we get bowled.
Yeah, so stopping for a drinks break now.
Yeah, that game at Beckenham that Kent played against Glamorgan. Barnfather again batting well there, 65 she made, but Bailey came in, finished off the innings with that 27 off 24. Glamorgan chasing down 227 fairly comfortably with the Lauren Parfitt 100. Beckenham, notoriously a absolute road.
Disheartening for bowlers.
Yes. But you've still got to score them.
Yes. Just going to take a moment here. If anybody was watching last week, we talked about Liv Robinson, who was doing her Land's End to John O'Groats walk. And I'm pleased to say she has completed it, all 1,073 miles.
Gosh.
Done amazingly well and has now raised over £10,000 for Chance to Shine. and has been so honest and open about her own mental health struggles that I think she's really will have helped other people along the way. So she probably won't be listening, but I'm going to say it anyway. Well done, Liv. You've done brilliantly. And it was her birthday yesterday, so happy birthday, and now take a long deserved rest before you go back to Australia.
Superb. So that distance, presumably that is across all the different clubs that she visited along the way.
Yes, she went to 60 different cricket clubs on the route. She stayed overnight in several of those. There were a few nights in bed and breakfast just because her body needed it to be able to complete it.
Quite.
But yeah, she's done the walk on her own, staying off main roads, mainly following footpaths, and discovered perhaps the maps weren't always quite as good as they should have been.
No.
The conditions were a bit harsh in Scotland once she'd gone past the point where there weren't any cricket clubs. And on making her way up towards Wick and John O'Groats, it was really quite difficult. But she did some coaching on the way. She played a couple of games, or at least part of a couple of games on the way, and is very, very proud of herself, and so she should be.
Yeah, that is an extraordinary undertaking and then achievement. And like you say, she wasn't. It would be one thing just to do the walk, but then to do the other things along the way, and you say even playing in some games. How on earth you be in any state to do that? Gosh.
Yeah.
No, that's an amazing thing to do. There's a little bit of a chat and a drink has been completed, and we'll see what these two can strategise between themselves, Bilal and Bailey. Gorham, James and Belt to come. Whether they'd have had a thought at all about a score that they might now be aiming for, or whether it is just bat and, not quite bat time, but see exactly where you can get to.
I think if I were batting now, which obviously I'm not, I would be thinking, how can I bat in such a way that really irritates the fielders now?
You'd be thinking red inker, wouldn't you? Phillips continuing, good sweep shot, that beats square leg.
That's a good shot for
out
four.
To the boundary, yeah. That's a good start. Well, they say Drinks brings wickets, but it's brought a boundary there.
Yes.
No, it's a good shot against the off spinner as well, especially she got a nice length to be able to sweep, and also it wasn't particularly leg side-ish, but it was leg side-ish enough if you've decided to sweep that it's a good one to try and get away. No chance for square leg. And, you know, I like to see Gloucestershire have really gone on the attack, and this might as well be in the power play now, because they've only got two fielders in the deep. They've got a deep mid-wicket and a deep cover, and that's it.
That's good. It's good to see that it's not necessarily just bowling to a formula, as in you have these fielders in this place for this bowler when after this many overs, really thinking about what the opposition won't want you to do.
Oh, there's a quick single there, and they've pushed these pretty well actually so far, these two. Ahern not necessarily a Gloucestershire fielder that you see taken on too much, but scramble through for it.
Well, sort of thinking about it, if you push 4 singles and over from here, and you're picking up another 100 runs, and that takes you over the 200 without really having to do anything terribly risky. And there's a little edge there that's gone down through where a slip might have been for 2 runs.
Yeah, I suppose again, if it were a leg spinner maybe in this situation, because it isn't as though Daniels isn't attacking, but if it was a leg spinner, maybe you'd be thinking about getting the slip in there, maybe less so with the offie. But a good restart for Kent, 7 runs from that Charlie Phillips over.
Yes, and the predicted score's back over 200 again now. I'd like to see the calculations behind that one. I don't mean it. I don't mean it now, but just.
Oh, okay, right. Sorry.
No, I don't need you.
You write down some integral
Yes.
calculus for you.
I'll look it up in my spare time.
I wonder if you can get those online, actually. You can get a Duckworth-Lewis calculator just online now. You can stick in all the parameters. It is a very exciting way to spend your Saturday afternoon. Actually, I highly recommend it.
Well, I've already said to you, Ed, as of next weekend, I'm switching to World Cup rugby instead of cricket. Going to watch 2 matches in that. So I will keep an eye on the cricket, but it won't be the main thing I'm looking at.
Out round the corner, just off pad, by the looks of things.
Yes, we have a slow and deliberate leg by there from the umpire.
So, before the start of the season, and I'm not sure if it's the case with players at this level, but certainly at professional level, there are all sorts of documents that you actually have to agree to in order to then be able to play. Lots of ECB documents. Oh, yeah, it is bold. Just for a moment, the bails were obscured by the keeper, Hazel, and she moved out of the way, and yet that off bail has dropped off. So the collapse continues, and Liv Daniels has another. It was a shades.
It was an inside edge onto her stump.
So it was almost shades of the Mohammed Siraj about that, as it went into the ground. And I thought maybe it wasn't quite backspin, but it just there was no knowing where it was going to go, and eventually the bail does come off. It's really bounced that, hasn't it? It's bowled quite wide outside off, so she is thinking shot off the back foot attack, and then really surprised by that bounce. And so it is 5 for 27 now for Gloucestershire. But no, before the start of the season, they have to agree to lots of health and safety related things. I'm sure it's mostly that sort of thing, player safety, that kind of thing. But one of the other things they have to agree to is the Duckworth-Lewis. They actually have to they're supposed to have read a document that outlines how the Duckworth-Lewis works. I would quite like to get some of the players up, actually, to do a little Duckworth-Lewis quiz. I wonder if we could make that happen at some point.
I know.
I think they'd be queuing up for that.
I think they're more likely to look up at the scoreboard where it's displayed.
Or the sheet.
Just keep an eye on, in a game where you've got it on the board, just to keep an eye on the score.
The sheet that gets printed off right behind us, actually. Megan Belt, a Kent captain, out to the middle at number 9.
So now I think Gloucestershire could be looking to keep this to under 170. And in fact, that's the I didn't look at the predicted score and then say that. It says 178 at the moment. But we'll see how they get on here. But as you said, anything below that 200, and the lower the better from a Gloucestershire perspective. Well, that was almost wound up to hit that one, but she thought better of it there, Bailey.
Sort of threatening to be quite similar to the ball that got rid of Zina Bilal.
Yes.
If you had tried to have a go at it, it was bowled quite slowly, quite wide, and there was turn and bounce.
Just to report, Worcestershire are now all out. Their captain, Claire Boycott, is 55 not out of 116. So, and I think we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 scores under 10. So without Captain Boycott there, they would have been really, really struggling. 116 shouldn't be enough to beat Glamorgan, but it's better than it might have been. So well done.
Priyanaz Chatterjee playing for Glamorgan? It's popped up in the air, but falling well short of short mid-wicket.
P.A. Chatterjee.
Yeah, it'll be Priyana's Chatterjee. Okay, so she's playing on loan. I think
Yes.
she's Surrey contracted.
Yeah.
The loan system, you know, maybe that, again, with Glamorgan, it may be that they're starting to do what clearly Yorkshire have done, and we saw that last week with an awful lot of Yorkshire's team not from Yorkshire.
Yes.
But they've started to line up some players that they want to see playing for them in Tier 1, and I'm assuming that Glamorgan will be doing similar. Chatterjee, the Scottish international, who played in the most recent T20 World Cup for them.
Well, we said it's a slightly strange weekend because we've got the top players playing in the 100, and we've discovered, looking into what the other games that are on, there's an England Super Fours competition at the moment that's taking out they're really excitingly named Team 1, Team 2 and T3 of England of potential players for the England setup, developments, and an Irish under-19 side. So you've got these Tier 2 matches being played with no Tier 1 matches happening, with the 100 happening, and with quite a few players being called off to play for the ECB Super Fours.
Oh, there's another top edge and another wicket. 8 down, Kent. And Laura Bailey now the latest to go.
Under 150? So yes, it's I think we need trackers on all the players so we can see where they're whizzing off to around the country to play in different matches. But quite how that's affected the makeup of the teams that are playing today would be interesting to know.
Well, that short, fine leg, Georgie Kant is being kept busy. Second catch in that position. And 2 wickets for Charlie Phillips. Almost need a tracker, actually. You reminded me of this with speaking about Ireland under-19s, and of course the senior Ireland women's side are involved in that Europe qualifier for the next T20 World Cup, which there are some matches here, and in fact you could see Ireland's women play here next summer, because I think there are quite a few of the matches that are scheduled to take place here that involve sides which are yet to qualify, so you'd certainly imagine that Ireland would be quite likely to be one of those sides. But the reason I thought of that was nothing to do with an Irish cricketer. It was because the Netherlands are also involved in that. And I'm pretty sure we do need a Stair Callis tracker because I'm not sure a day goes by where she's not playing cricket for somebody. It's remarkable.
Yorkshire and
Warwickshire and the Netherlands. So she could have been playing in this qualifier.
And Birmingham Phoenix.
And the 100, yes.
And yes, did she make it back in time for the Netherlands game that I think was yesterday?
No, because she was playing in the game I was doing yesterday. Batted very well, actually. In fact, helped. I think for a while she was out batting Elise Perry. Of course, Perry ended up just outscoring her, but actually, you know, she's in great form.
Yes, I just, out of curiosity, I've been looking at the makeup of some of the teams, and it's really interesting to see the names of how the teams are made up. So Italy were playing yesterday, and in the middle of that was Chloe Piparo, who's Australian. Oh,
right. I didn't see that. See, their men's team have taken a lot of players from Australia with Italian heritage, and the men have made the next T20 World Cup for them, but I missed that with Chloe Piparo. She's an excellent cricketer.
If I were 30 years younger, I'd be there.
What I did love, though, was Germany's opener, and I just couldn't help but think the Irish captain said to her opening bowler, "Bring me the head of Hornero Garcia." Up towards deep square there. That will spoil the maiden over. Belt keeping the strike, 130 for 8.
Indeed. You know, I mean, it's just you can see the sort of some of the ethnic backgrounds of some of the players, and that are going into these melting pots. In years gone by, I've been over and played in the Netherlands, but also played Luxembourg, and that a lot of the players who played in that team for Luxembourg was because you had all these sort of European institutions over there.
Right. I was going to say, are there enough people in Luxembourg to make a cricket team?
There were. Well, we played against them. It was definitely one of those tours which the MCC goes on to, but to try and develop the cricket where it is, rather than necessarily just going over there to try and win all the matches. I played nicely out through mid-wicket there. Another single.
Let's bring the latest new batter, Izzy James, excuse me, to the crease. So the reason I had Laura Bailey in my mind was going to say another leg spin option for Kent, which Izzy James is. And I think with the turn and bounce in this pitch, I'll fancy a bowl. Just need something a bit higher to bowl at. Oh, there is an example of what James herself, I'm sure, will be trying to extract from the surface. Because there's turn and bounce, but it's not a slow pitch, this. We saw it up front.
It was an attempt to play it out through the leg side there, but it only made it onto the next cut strip. Good bowling.
Leicestershire are absolutely flying against Derbyshire. 210 for 2 after 31 overs. Off the mark is Izzy James. Well, if the double after 30 stands at this level, that could be something quite extraordinary.
I'm going to run out of fingers and toes.
Gloucestershire's next opponents, Leicestershire, their last opponents, unless they can pull off the heist and steal that 4th spot in the semi-finals. Yorkshire have recovered against Northamptonshire, I notice.
Yes, and with Worcestershire being all out for 116, unless Glamorgan have a major failure, it looks unlikely that Worcestershire are going to be in the mix for next weekend.
Yeah. Yorkshire 162 for 5 in the 31st, over a half century for Olivia Thomas, who bowled very well here, and Beth Langston's playing for them this
that's a blast
round.
from the
So
past.
that's pretty well. She's been involved with Welsh Fire, but hasn't got a game. So she goes back from the 100 to play in Tier 2.
As we said, it's complicated.
Yes.
And meanwhile, on the sunny south coast, Middlesex are still sailing serenely. I know
They just don't like losing wickets, do they?
162 for no wicket.
It's, you know, they would almost rather be, it's a bit of a mix-up, but there's an easy single there into the covers. They would almost rather be 280 for 0 than 350 for 7.
Well, as long as it's more than the opposition, they
Well,
don't really
exactly.
mind.
Can't argue with the results they've been getting. So but it's not always been the same opening pair. They've at least shifted it about a bit. Izzy Routledge is back playing this week. I don't think she was playing last week.
Yeah.
And it was, I think it was Dowse, wasn't it, opening the batting with...
I think it's her. Let's have
Was it
a
with
look.
Trussler last
Yeah,
week?
Downer.
And it's Artemis Downer and Izzy Routledge this week. Both scores in the 70s.
Yes, it doesn't look like they've rushed particularly. They've 75 of 106 balls and 77 of 93 balls, and we've got an appeal there, but it's been given as a wide.
Do love the jumping up and down from
Yeah,
Jess Hazel.
You can't fault Jess Hazel for her enthusiasm behind the stumps there.
Slip in with off spin around the wicket.
There was always and I'm not saying it applied in this instance, but there's always the slight suspicion as a wicket keeper that the umpire is more, particularly those leg side ones, they're more looking at whether the ball is wide or not, rather than whether there's been the nick on it. I have had one umpire turn away to give the wide when I was standing back down the leg side and took the catch, but he was too busy. He turned sideways to give the wide, so he didn't see the catch.
Ah.
He said to the other umpire, she hit that? He said, yeah, I know, but it's not my call.
Yes, that's always the issue, isn't it? When you're standing at square leg and your colleague's made an absolute howler. It's like, well, what do you expect me to do? Yeah,
you take the catch. You say, how was that? And you're looking at the umpire and he's facing the score box to signal his wide. Never mind. That was old county championships days when we used to play all the matches up at Cambridge. Played originally 5 overs in a row.
At Fennels?
Fennels. Actually, it was really good to play in, other than you were completely shattered by the end of it, having played 55 over games. At least you got 2 breaks there. You got a lunch and a tea break. And then it was dropped down to the 50 overs, but still over the 5 days.
Oh, I think we do need to institute tea breaks in 50 over cricket again. The days, firstly, the days just aren't long enough. And also, I mean, tea and cake 50 over cricket. But the wise teams are the ones who got through the most overs possible before lunch. So you'd start at 11 till 1 o'clock. And then some teams could get through 35 overs in that time. So you'd have the batting side thinking, oh, well, it's all right, we can accelerate after lunch. And then they suddenly realise that an awful lot of overs has gone beforehand. But, yeah, and it was never fair on the batters, to be fair, because they could never really eat big lunches if they're going to go and bat afterwards, because there was always that plate of salad with the cling film over it for the person who was batting in case they could come back out and eat it later. Oh, no.
With the tinned potatoes.
There's probably the only thing worse than salad with cling film over it is salad that's been near the hot plate.
Wilted salad. Sorry, you wonder why
wilted spinach. Yes, we're blathering on because I think some of the magic spray has come out for Megan Belt here, so she's certainly okay to continue, which is good to see. But just seemed to be something on the upper thigh there, which was getting some spray from the can. I'm sure it wasn't spray paint, because whilst there is an awful lot of that sort of thing about in Bristol, I don't think they've quite gone to that for trying to solve injuries.
No. Charlie Phillips to continue.
That's a good ball, and again it's just that slight variation. Well, I say slight, there's actually quite substantial variation sometimes if you can just hit the right spot in extra bounce.
Yeah, certainly vindicating the decision to put her in today, she'd missed the last game.
And I think also, I mean, even taking out of the equation how tricky it's been for sides to chase in this competition, you'd also imagine that with a total on the board, that it was very much the right call to bat first, because it's hard to imagine that sort of turn and bounce getting less as the game goes on. All right, through her.
Another wicket, well bowled.
3rd wicket for Charlie Phillips, who has figures of 3 for 15 now in her 6th over, and Daniels and Phillips continue to run through this Kent lower order, and that's Megan Belt who has to go for 5.
Yes, because it's very easy to say that the the total put on by one side is disappointed. And I'm sure they will be disappointed, particularly from the position they were in, until you see the other side batting and see how they get on. Because we have, it's not an easy wicket to be playing on. We've seen when players have played, when they try to play it carefully, they're still getting bowled. When they've tried to hit it too hard, they're getting out. So, yeah, it's not going to be that easy. But I think Gloucestershire can be looking forward to this chase. 9 wickets down now. I keep downgrading my estimate. I think the predicted score is now 145, which I'm sure Gloucestershire would have snatched a hand off to have been offered that at the start.
And 100 for 2 with
indeed
2 batters, Gordon and Barnfather, going great guns. Yeah, so I can't wait to see how the likes of Halliday and Cant approach what looks to be quite a low chase. Whether they take the attitude that Barnfather and Gordon did pretty much, which was, if it's in my half, I'm still going to go for it. Or whether they, sometimes you can just get caught a little bit poking and prodding. And as you say, we've seen wickets fall both ways.
Yeah. I would say they need a solid but not necessarily spectacular power play.
I think that's a really good team talk, actually. You should go down and do that. Just go out there and be solid but not spectacular.
Ideally,
that's
with
very 2025.
Ideally, with no wickets down from the power. I think that's the important thing today, when it is going to be a little bit tricky. But if they can be up at that sort of, at least up at the rate that they need coming out of the power play with wickets in hand, then it's all to play for then.
It's the first maiden over of the innings for Phillips. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 15. Daniels looking for a 3rd wicket herself.
I think Derbyshire would be hoping for a maiden against Leicestershire. They're 230 for 2 at the moment. A maiden would be very welcome.
Or 16.
Yeah.
Pleasant drive for 1.
I think, having seen the scores that Derbyshire have been making this season, to be honest, Leicestershire could possibly declare at this point and still win the match. It could be an exceptional batting wicket, who knows. Belper in Derbyshire, Duffield Cricket Club they're playing at. Could be really short boundaries, couldn't it?
Belper. It's one of those names that
doesn't
sounds
sound like
vaguely unpleasant. But I'm sure it isn't.
No, it's probably really. I'm trying to think whether Duffield sounds familiar. I think I have played there, but
I thought Duffield was a completely different place. But anyway, nice late cut there from Gorham, and she will get off the mark with it. Perhaps I'm thinking of a different Duffield.
Well, it could be one of those ones where there's 2 places with the same name.
Wide called, but Skelton quickly across some slip to prevent an extra run. Right, so Duffield. Amber Valley just north of Derby. Hearn will try across from backward point here, and again, just the 1. So that's where Duffield is. I didn't. Belper is to the north. Yeah, I thought they were. I mean, they're not. They're close to each other, but they're 2 different places. I don't understand this. Over bowled in the meantime, as I'm confused for the 15th time today already.
But sometimes this happens when cricket clubs sell the ground that they've had that's been within a town centre. I'm not saying this has happened this one, but it could be. And then they've moved to the outskirts where they can have more than 1 pitch, which you can't fit in if you're in a town. So maybe it's one of those, one of the newer ones.
Not sure, actually. If you do type Duffield into the Oracle, it does say Duffield Belper, so perhaps it is just in Duffield. Quick run taken.
I thought for a minute there was nobody backing up for that one, but there is, fortunately.
This is the Gloucestershire way. There's always 3 lines of defence.
That's the way to do it. That's Gorham playing that carefully. You've seen Charlie Phillips take those other 3 wickets, so not being too adventurous.
Oh, wow.
Well,
Is that taking a little outside edge?
I think the pace it's gone off, it must have done, but it's either that or it really kicked up off the pitch.
I think it must have just caught a bit of bat. Let's have another look at this. The angle that's gone off, it must have been bat.
Yeah, just sort of
no chance for Hazel. Actually, I think she's got something on that, Hazel. I've no idea how. Just to slow it down, because I was thinking 4 the instant that kicked up. It's another strange innings at Wantage Road. Yorkshire now 6 down. They've lost Olivia Thomas for 57, 177 for 6 after 34 overs. Gloucestershire could do with a Northamptonshire win.
I think we need to get the fanfare out. Middlesex have lost a wicket.
Terrible. Hang their heads in shame.
180.
Go on to get 100.
184 for 1.
Downer gone for 81.
But Izzy Routledge still doing Izzy Routledge things.
Yeah.
85 not out.
It's just annoying, isn't it, really? You know, Cambridge Blue opens the batting, scores hundreds all over the place, takes wickets. Why can't some people just be good at one thing? why must they embarrass the rest of us by not only being good at one thing, but by being good at multiple things? Stop it. Have some pity. Skelton returns.
Ooh, that was left, but it just came back in a little bit and wasn't far off those stumps.
Almost caught me by surprise that Daniels had actually bowled out. 10 overs, 2 for 28. Tremendous figures. And coming on at a time when Gloucestershire were under serious pressure as well. It was Daniels who started off with 3 or so overs for not very many. Oh, there's another, I think, top edge there that just evades Jess Hazel.
Looped over Jess Hazel.
I mean, this has been a really tricky surface to sweep. I think Gloucestershire would be brave to take on that particular shot because that extra bounce has just produced top edge after top edge. Oh, that's a little untidy, isn't it?
That's a little bonus there for Kent, picking up 2 runs.
Yeah,
so it went through the fielder.
Went down to pick it up and then it span away from it. Ten and 11 in for Kent here. And, oh, that's a no ball, and that's, well, she's going to get 4 for it. She's done well there as Gorham to get some bat on it. I don't think I've ever seen Chloe Skelton bowl a ball like that before.
No, I'm not quite. It just seemed to, I don't know if it slipped out of her hand or just...
That was an absolute beamer.
She was just trying to do something different. I'm not sure what, and it just came out of her hand, just slipped out and went past the batter too high.
150
so,
up.
Yeah.
And Gorham with a free hit here, she could become just the 3rd Kent batter in double figures.
That's a good shot, but there's a fielder out there.
Yeah, and she did exactly what you should do to a free hit when you've got a spinner on. Just absolutely charge down the pitch because you can't be stumped.
Unfortunately for her, she found the one fielder out on the leg side.
Oh, that has barely missed off stump again. 9 off the over though.
Just having another look at that one there. Oh yeah. Turning back in.
Through the gate.
So Kent extend it into being able to have another over. Charlie Phillips will be looking for her 4th wicket, which will be a nice return for her. Still 15 overs to go. See how close the predicted score is. They reckon that this final pair are going to get another 10 runs.
I'm also wondering, how long does this partnership have to go on for to be the second longest partnership of the innings? I don't think it's got long to go, if not already being there.
No. Well, the bigger partnership earlier on lasted for a while, didn't it? So.
Here we go. Oh no, but that involves me doing adding up, Healy. Well struck over the leg side. There's 2 fielders out in the deep, and good work from Skelton. Round of applause for that from Charlie Phillips, because if she didn't dive there, that might have been another one of those that would have spun away. And it's so hard out there, just kicked onto the boundary.
That was a very hopeful LBW shout there from Charlie Phillips. Nobody else joined in, and it definitely looked like it was going down the leg side.
Extra cover and mid-wicket have moved in even closer now. Gets past the short extra cover fielder, but not past mid-off.
That's fine with these 2 batters batting. To be in there, in those close fielders in their eye line is not the worst idea. Oh, they're racing each other, the 2 fielders going out.
Story versus Dolman.
Oh, I think Story's won. Now they've stopped just on the edge of the circle.
Have they I don't know, have those 2 just decided that they're in danger of missing the cut-off time with 14 overs to go in the innings?
No, I think they probably want their lunch a bit earlier.
Unfortunately, it doesn't help them running to the other end.
But it means they get into position earlier, and then the bowler can bowl earlier, and then there's more chance of getting the wicket.
Position.
Oh, okay. It's one of those teams within teams things, or competitions within teams, if you like. Just it's same as trying to come up in long games where not much is happening, playing word games with the wicketkeeper and the slips, you know, the sort of thing that happens.
Do they?
Anything just to keep the concentration going, or having a word of the day.
What sort of word games did you play? This sounds very erudite compared with, I think most word games in the slips now involve words that couldn't be broadcast.
It tends to be a theme of the day, and you had to try and come up with them and use them in the right sentences. Oh. So the sentence had to be that was close. Sentence related to the match. Or picking a word that you had to use in every opportunity to encourage your team. Effervescent, I can remember being one. You've got to be really effervescent in the field. But it's anything you do just to help keep your team spirit going and encourage your teammates, really.
I'm not sure that most professional cricketers would know what effervescent means.
I couldn't possibly comment. You know, on those cold days when you're standing there in the slips and they're not scoring quickly and you're not taking wickets, something's got to keep you going. Oh, I thought that had sneaked through there, but not quite.
She should get some bat on it. Maiden over from Skelton. Well, soon Gloucestershire might be forced to go back to pace. They were quite hoping that Phillips and Skelton would be able to finish this off, but they're meeting with some defiance from the last wicket pair. Still got 4 overs worth of off spin to use up before they would have to go back to seam. I'm sure it's running through Daniel's minds about maybe going back to the pace of Belcher. Appeal for LBW. Not out. Very full. If it struck James on the full, then it's just about the ball carrying on its line, and would that have hit the stumps? Couple down the leg side. We've seen, albeit not really from Phillips. That'll be 3 more runs onto the Kent tally.
I think it would be quite harsh to take Charlie Phillips off after this.
Yes.
'Cause she's bowled really, really well.
Quite a few bucket hats on display down below us.
Oh, okay.
Shoveled into the onside, there'll be 1 run. A few different varieties as well. Not sure I could pull off a bucket hat now. What's going on here?
The umpires are speaking. I'm not quite sure what about. Having a little conference.
Didn't think it was about condition of the ball, because they're not looking at the ball.
No.
Gloucestershire are just coming together for a little bit of a chat.
Time-wise? Should be fine for time.
Well, they only ran 1, so can't be 1 short or anything like that.
She's given the ball back to Charlie Phillips now.
There certainly were enough fielders inside the circle, so it can't be that either. I'm just running through the list of the things it could be, and there's I don't know. I have no idea what that was about. Apologies if I've missed something obvious, but...
And that's another dot ball.
Too busy thinking about bucket hats. Because I ended up walking right behind Ben Duckett yesterday as he finished off his innings, and obviously didn't ask him for one of his bucket hats, but
yes,
that's what I was thinking about.
Yes, I think you definitely need to have a certain face shape to make a bucket hat really work.
Well, none of the Gloucestershire fielders have gone with a bucket hat.
No.
I wonder who would choose it if given the option. This is in the air, and, well, one-handed attempt, but that will go away for 4 runs.
Yes, that's looped up a little bit. I think it needed that extra step before the hand went out, really. And a dot ball.
I bet Story would go for a bucket hat if one were available.
I mean, she hasn't found one on 100 travels yet.
She probably has, just can't wear it here. Need a Gloucestershire bucket hat.
I'll have to look in the shop on the way out, Ed. Oh, we have a slip in as well now. Becca Halliday gone in there at slip, I think.
But even just this partnership has shown what just staying there can do, and both of them were 11 off 24 before a couple of dots.
Yeah, and
but
there's another one, possibly another 2 runs. Yeah, just played very, just pushed down through sort of where gully would have been.
you know, they've put on, what, 37? No, 27 now in 7 overs. And that's 10 and 11. So, you know, there are runs out there, but there are also quite a lot of deliveries that probably need to be respected given what there is in the pitch for the spinners.
And I think that's the key, isn't it? What can you've just been out there, you've fielded for, where are we, up to 39 overs now. What have you learnt from what the opposition have been doing? What's brought about their mistakes, and how, when you go out to bat, can you avoid making those same mistakes? You know, what have been the least productive shots, and what has really worked? And the score we're looking at just a run rate at the moment of just over 4. So if they pick up the final wicket quite quickly, taking those singles and hitting the odd loose ball will be all that Gloucestershire need to be doing.
What's that come off? A bit of pad. Phillips into her last over. Skelton with one more. Finding the gap at square leg. Playing well with the turn.
Come off the back of the bat, I think. Played it down the leg side, and it looked like it just... See what the umpire,
Yeah,
it was.
did think it was off bat. Another run to James.
Careful forward defensive there.
At the end of Charlie Phillips's spell, 3 for 25 from 10 overs.
Yeah,
And she really has hit that spot that we've seen get response from the surface, but she's hit it really often in that spell, and the rewards were there for her.
getting a warm round of applause there for her performance from some of her teammates as well as the spectators.
So both Daniels and Phillips going at under 3 runs and over, and 5 of the 9 wickets between them. They really have broken the back of this Kent line-up between them.
Skelton coming in to complete hers now. Hasn't been quite as economical today as we've been used to seeing her.
Yeah, it is mostly those wides that are the reason.
The wides with the extra balls as well.
Yeah. Driven in the air, and that will be mid-off. Won't go to the boundary though, and in fact Dolman will catch up with it, just be 1.
Yeah, she's 2 for 49 at the moment. Off her 9 and a bit overs.
So they're going to be getting some pace sooner rather than later.
Could be what? Yes, that's another wide. She brings her 50 runs off her bowling up with that wide.
Yeah, she has struggled a bit today as Skelton. A few down the leg side, and then that ball at the head.
That's another nice little shot played out in a very controlled way. Just out to sort of, not enough weight to take it to the boundary, but enough to pick up the single.
And again, yes, there's some spin there, but that delivery is wide enough that you can go at it, because there might be some spin, but it's not going to turn square from that line. Trying to clear mid on, and just past Story. And down for 4 more. Up to 170 now.
Yes, his tail's wagging.
Such a curious innings. I mean, there's a chance actually that these two could bat for as long as Gordon and Barnfather did.
Oh, and there's more runs. That's a wide that landed and just didn't really bounce and just kept going, and might it sneak across the bat? No, she pulled that up about 6 inches in front of the boundary. Good chase there by Becca Halliday.
Wides as well.
Yeah.
It landed just outside the wide marker, made it a fairly easy call.
Yeah, Gloucestershire just need to keep this going, this intensity going until they get this final wicket. Just not let it drift.
Some better delivery from Skelton, but
37 the partnership at the moment.
I've watched a lot of Chloe Skelton with Storm, with Somerset women, Gloucestershire women. As that's up in the air, and she's got her off her last ball. Chloe Skelton has her 3rd wicket, and she's not looking best pleased. And she's got such high standards for herself. She won't be best pleased with some of what's gone on there. But that was a good catch, a good bit of bowling, and she does finish off this innings. So 175 all out Kent after 41 overs.
Yeah, possibly. I think Gloucestershire might think they gave 15-20 runs too many away, and that's even without the extras there. But overall, a really good bowling performance, and I think particularly those spinners in the middle will be very pleased with that.
Yeah, I think Daniels and Phillips really the standouts for Gloucestershire there, with 5 for 53 between them in 20 overs. Belcher and Bird with a couple of early wickets, which looked as if it already had Kent on the back foot. And after losing those 2 early ones, if you'd said Kent were going to get to 175, I think, at that stage, I wouldn't have been surprised. It's just that Gordon and Barnfather then recovering the innings to 100 for 2. And then it really was a collapse to 135 for 9, but a 40-run last wicket partnership has just turned it from what looked like a simple chase into possibly an awkward one, but we will see. Play will resume at 25 to 2, and we will see whether Gloucestershire can effect that chase of 176 to win this game in the One Day Cup against Kent.
welcome to the field, Kent.
Players making their way back out to the middle in the sunshine of Bristol as the reply to Kent's 175 all out is about to get underway with Becca Halliday and Meg Ahern, the opening batters for Gloucestershire out there. Georgie Cant, you'd assume, would come in at 3. Jess Hazel, Melissa Story in some sort of order, Chloe Skelton and Liv Daniels, the captain, you'd guess would come in at 7, but they'll be hoping not to need to use her because that chase of 176 to win, I'm sure Gloucestershire would have taken that, having been put into the field, as it were. But we'll see. There's enough there in the surface to suggest that this won't be absolutely straightforward, and Kent opening the bowling with Zina Bilal. We've seen bowl with some pace and aggression earlier on this season, and Becca Halliday in her sights. Deep third and a deep square, 2 fielders out. And right on the money to start with. Ed Seaborn and Carol Camino with you on the Gloucestershire live stream. And Carol, this has the feel of a sort of chase where you could break the back of it, but also you lose a couple of early wickets and suddenly the nerves start to jangle.
We were talking about during the break about needing to get a good start for Gloucestershire in the power play, but not recklessly, because if they can come out of the power play with some runs on the board but also their wickets in hand, it's going to make their task easier. What they don't want to lose is lose 2 or 3 quick wickets in the power play because they're going for the shots and then find that they're struggling. They've seen what's happened to Kent. They know how the bowling has gone, and they know that Kent have got a decent bowling attack. So the opportunity's there, they just got to grab it.
So, good start from Bilal. 2 for 21, those figures for her in the blast on this ground earlier this season, but I would imagine, at least in the early stages, she'll be looking more for the swing than the shorter stuff. And they make... Oh, sorry, Carol.
I was just going to say that's a good stop there. It's a sort of a short cover position in there, just intercepting it before it could test the fielders any further.
Yeah, so again, no slip, but a very short extra cover position. Amy Gordon, mid-wicket, also walking in relatively close as well. There's width on offer, but those sorts of shots proved slightly problematic in the early stages of the Kent innings, and we're seeing it again.
Yes, that just bounced over her bat, a little bit more height than she perhaps was expecting.
It's that bounce, isn't it?
Yeah, this is why we said it's so important that they see how Kent played it and what went wrong for them and learn from that.
Pulled away round the corner, good stop. Excellent work, although having said that, she they nearly undid that work by firing it past the keeper and the backing up fielders.
I'm not sure that was what the short cover thought she was actually there to stop. Diving across there to stop the overthrows.
Just as I was about to sing her praises.
I know.
So maiden over to start with from Zina Bilal.
Just having a quick look at some of the other matches elsewhere in the country. They're coming to the end of the first innings. Middlesex are 295 for 4 off 48.2 overs. Leicestershire have got a mammoth 317 for 4 off 48 overs. Yorkshire 233 off 9 and 47. And Worcestershire were all out for 116, and Glamorgan of 41 for no wicket in reply. So based on that, the Middlesex and Glamorgan will be consolidating their place in the top 4. And the interesting one really in terms of places is the Yorkshire Northamptonshire one. So we will keep an eye on that one throughout this innings.
Sydney Gorham opening the bowling from the Ashley Down Road end. Somebody who describes herself as a nasty fasty.
Oh, that short cover coming into play again there. Just played to her. No run.
Yeah, so as you say, it does look as though the top 2 consolidating their position, but with Yorkshire on 20 points, Northamptonshire on 29, it doesn't help Gloucestershire at all if Northamptonshire were to lose that game.
I think we probably just need to leave it that we look at this game and hope Gloucestershire win the next one, and if they were to sneak in, it's a nice surprise. But I don't think we'd be expecting it at this stage, looking at the position in the other matches.
No, although a win here would close the gap to 3 with the last game to play if Yorkshire were to slip up. So all of a sudden you're within a game. Ahern with a pleasing drive to get underway, first run off the bat. But you know, I guess unless I'm missing something, which is fairly usual, as I'm sure you'll have discovered by now, but I don't think it actually matters whether Gloucestershire get the bonus point here or not, really, does it?
I think they just need to play this game.
Yeah.
Play to win it.
What I mean is they don't have the extra pressure of knowing that they've got to chase this in the 40. Driven on the up by Halliday, and she will find a gap out towards point. And that's
nice.
Her first run.
Yeah, and nicely placed. Not trying to hit it too hard. And bringing Meg Ahern on to strike.
Watchfully played by Ahern. And that final round of matches, Gloucestershire would be needing a favour from Kent, because that is Yorkshire's last opposition at Canterbury, so they do have to make the trip, but they'll be needing Kent to do them a favour, even if things go their way today. And Gloucestershire, just as a reminder, go to Grace Road, otherwise known as the Upton Steel County Ground in Leicester, where they can enjoy an even larger playing surface than the larger side here, I'm sure, depending on what they decide to do with the boundaries. Not that it's, well, who knows what the boundaries are like in Duffield or Belper, wherever they are. It doesn't seem as though that's bothered Leicestershire too much today.
No, let's hope they've used up all their run scoring today.
So you'd imagine Sussex will be eliminated, whatever happens today. So Sussex were in basically the same position as Gloucestershire, really, needing to win both, and then not quite snookers, but assistance anyway.
There we go. Leicestershire have finished on 335 for 4 off their 50 overs. Which is why we say we hope they've used up their run scoring this week rather than saving them for Gloucestershire for next week.
Might have been a wide if Halliday had left it, but elected to try and crash it out through the covers and picks up the cover fielder.
And just for people who aren't familiar with the format of this competition, And we mentioned it in the first innings, but in case anybody's new, it's the top 4 go through to semi-finals and then a final. But there is no that you are just the tier 2 champion. Then there isn't any promotion up to tier 1 at that point.
Oh,
that should be a no ball.
Gonna be a no ball, yeah.
Well, that hurt the keeper as well. If we say the keeper standing back and that went through and hit the keeper without bouncing, that gives you an idea of how far that was.
That was a nasty one for Megan Sturge to deal with.
She's still limping a bit.
Because they've changed the regulations as well on those, haven't they? They don't all count as no balls anymore. They used to, but I think they've changed it back so it's no balls plus buys again, like it was back in the olden days. Free hit time.
And free hit to the fielder.
Thrashed up to mid-off on the bounce.
Yes, I think it looks like Megan Sturge, the keeper, has got some of those little shorty pads that wicket keepers tend to wear. But that does mean if it goes slightly higher than that onto the fleshy bit, it's quite painful.
Breeze just kicking up a bit. And that's good from Halliday. It's easy after you've missed out on a free hit just to think, well, I'm going to hit this one no matter where it's bowled. But each ball on its merit. There's so much time here. Halliday has been in really good form in this run of home games so far. Pulled away, there's the one she was after, just a little bit short, and that is 4 away to backward square leg.
She'll feel better after that one. She hadn't managed to quite get hold of them because the bowling was quite accurate, but she'll appreciate that one and that opportunity to get off the mark with one played all along the ground. So low risk shot, but effective.
She's top scored in both the last 2 games as Becca Halliday, 62. That innings that got Gloucestershire off to a flying start against Worcestershire, and then a 33 against Yorkshire before she was run out in that last game.
We were talking earlier about how there's 2 ways of approaching a low score. We're chasing a low score, which is either to go all out and try and take advantage of the power play, or just to take it a little bit steadier. But whatever happens, someone for Gloucestershire needs to make that bigger score, and with other people building around them. So we'll see whether it's Halliday today. I think we can say that was a little bit of a waft outside the off there. She's not listening to my script.
Well, it's tricky, isn't it? It's one of those things where strengths and not necessarily weaknesses, but her knows that she is very strong off both front and back foot through that point area. So she sees width and goes after it. It's hit well and actually into enough space that she was never in any danger at all of being caught, but Kent are quite happy for her to do that because they've stacked that offside field. They've got the protection of cover and third on the boundary, so there's no fielder deep on the onside. Short extra cover and backward point as well.
That's nicely played.
Gorham bowling these away swingers as well.
I mean, the run rate required is only 3.58. But equally, you don't want to get bogged down and put too much pressure on yourself. But we've talked earlier about just keeping the singles ticking over. 4 singles and over, and you're above the rate, and then taking advantage of the looser balls.
Oh, stand and deliver over the bowler's head, and it will kick on to the boundary rope for 4.
And there was taking advantage of one of those balls, and it's hit straight back over the bowler's head. That's very much a Becca Halliday shot.
Yeah, I was going to say it was the hallmark of that innings
Yeah.
particularly against Worcestershire, wasn't it? Both the spinners and the seamers. It's up there. She's happy just to put bat to ball, hit through the line, and back where it came from.
Indeed, and if they can get ahead of the run rate in the power play, that does make the rest of the overs that much simpler.
Be an extra. But yeah, I mean, I think I'd be so excited to see what wrist spin does on this surface. Having seen that turn and bounce, you would want, if you're Gloucestershire, to have those wickets in hand. Really, if this is going to be an easy chase, you would want those wickets in hand before those come into the attack. So how they play the seam is very important up front. Halliday going again, not going in the air, and a good tumbling stop up there at mid-on. Megan Belt, I believe that is.
Yes, the captain. Again, Halliday just plays that one nicely through that offside. Just keep it ticking over. I hope you weren't going to talk about Belt holding the side up. I thought I'd get that one in first.
No.
Was that bad? That would have been even too bad for you, Ed.
Well, you did ignore my singer praises earlier on.
Oh,
so
I did miss that one actually. I was obviously looking something up.
I thought you just ignored it.
No, I think I was probably looking up another score or something. I thought Ed's talking here.
They, I must say, Kent do have a side that really do lend themselves to such things.
Yes.
But I need to rein myself in.
We've got to keep ourselves entertained somehow. In between the action.
That's well bowled up to the bat, and movement there.
Just squirted out to the backward square fielder there. No run.
I'm sure the same can certainly be said for Gloucestershire, and I've said many a time that well, that's driven over the top of short extra cover. Gordon in so close.
She actually played that into the ground, and the ground is so hard it bounced over her head and went for away for 4.
She'd been even a couple of steps further back.
Yeah.
But no, I've said many a time that no game is done when you've still got a skeleton in the closet.
Oh, I knew that was going to go out sometime. Look, when I look like I'm not listening to you, because I'm going to be trying to think of other comments to make like that now.
It's a handsome looking shot, but picking out cover. The ball does seem to be hitting the middle of the bat for Halliday in the early stages, but I think what she's done well is, and that was the key up front for Kent really, sort of felt as though the horizontal bat shots, it was important not to go too hard at those, but actually it still seems like quite a decent pitch to drive on from what we've seen. Like that, but it's too good.
Stumps did the fielding there, and the little field change they made before that ball is that the fielder that was out on the leg side is now coming alongside the umpire, and on the offside she's gone out to the boundary, so just a little adjustment. They can see that she likes playing that shot on the offside. I did wonder whether it meant she was going to put a slightly shorter one in.
Gosh, I've just realised that my chair was positioned right over the top of a cable. I'm sure it's not important.
Well, everything seems to be showing where it should be showing, so I think you're all right.
Squashed it. Clipped
And
away.
there we are. So that where she's just moved that fielder from, they're going to pick up 4 runs.
That is frustrating for Kent.
But that is a question really of bowling to your field there. That just drifted slightly onto that leg stump, which made it possible to clip away.
Just had to watch that didn't dip underneath at the last moment, but plenty of bat on it, and like you say, she didn't know exactly where that space was. Not sure this is the easiest field really for Bilal to bowl to, because I'm not I'm not entirely sure what the plan was there, because she's been given the same field as Gorham, but Gorham was getting more away swings, so it made sense for her to bowl wider of the off stump, or, you know, fourth, fifth stump, at least with that line, and try and challenge the outside edge. But Bilal had that field, and yet there was still the extra fielder on the onside in the ring, which didn't give her enough protection, as it turned out, for that boundary.
Yes, because it's, you know, as a bowler, you'd be saying, where are my wicket-taking fielders? Who's going to? Which of the fielders are going to take the catches? And we weren't seeing too many of those. It seemed to be more defensive.
Now this is a move to go to spin early. Amy Gordon into the attack in just the 6th over. See how spin plays with this hard new ball.
She's giving it plenty of flight there. So that her two outfielders are at a sort of a long on and a deep mid wicket. Nobody out on the offside at all.
Oh, that's nicely bowled.
Well, they did see how effective Gloucestershire were with their slower bowlers, so maybe they're deciding to bring them on and try and create that pressure a little bit earlier.
I think that one just went on, really. Yeah, Ahern, I think, playing for some turn that she didn't get that time. But having been out there and watched the turn that Gloucestershire's off spinners were getting, you sort of understand that, really. Because that one has turned a little bit. Nicely played by Ahern, just getting off strike.
As we've said, with these low scores, just picking up those singles are really important. Halliday going again, dropping short of the fielder, but still picking up the single.
Again, it's what we saw really in that Worcestershire innings a lot. They put the long on out for her. She's still quite happy to hit the ball in those sorts of areas. Fired away into the offside, but straight to cover. So a couple of runs from Gordon's first over.
Yeah, she'll be pleased with that. A good start. And presumably, if she bowls economically, that's exactly what Derbyshire will be thinking of. They could take the approach of trying to take the wickets early, or they can try and build that pressure, and then the wickets will come as Gloucestershire chase. So they've gone for the bring the spinners on, bowl tight. And have we got the same bowler?
No, I think we have a change.
Yeah,
it's going to be Izzy James.
Izzy James.
Yeah.
So rotating their bowlers pretty quickly.
So we're going to see leg spin in only the 7th over. Still Laura Bailey and Sophie Singer who could bowl some leg spin. That was almost as though she had half an hour to play it, but still wasn't quite sure what to do with it.
I just don't think she was quite sure what it was going to do after it
No.
pitched, and it just turned away from her a bit.
That's going to be the issue.
Yeah, she's
Short enough to allow her to rock back. I think in the end a good run, even though Darlington, she sprung up immediately to her feet and through, but she slipped a little bit.
Yeah, she went off her feet and then had to get up and throw, so single was there.
Holliday's moved on to 20 already.
Oh.
It's off the shins, I think.
Yeah, that was pretty much a full toss, and it sort of got down to that far end, and Meg Ahern played with a lot of control there. But
Yes.
unfortunately for the bowler, it was back on her shins, because that's the sort that's very easy to where your eyes can light up and you're going to try and play it away. But she wasn't sure, so she just played for the bowler's shins instead.
Oh, look at that bounce up. catching the shoulder of the bat of Mega Hearn.
Mega Hearn sort of rehearsing a shot to the leg side. I'm not quite sure that's the one she needed to be playing there.
Oh, edged short of the slip.
Yes, they have got a not a terribly deep slip in here, and that just dropped in front of her.
Well positioned with the angle. More like a second slip, really, but...
Yeah. She was only able to scoop it up after it bounced. Well, this is good attacking bowling by Derbyshire. Keeping those fielders in close and keeping the slip in there as well. Why am I saying Derbyshire? This is the last game I'm doing this season. Okay, let me off. At least it wasn't Worcestershire this time. Thank you, Kent.
Dear.
Sorry, Kent. Anybody from Kent who's listening? Kent's lovely. I do like it.
You just see a county playing in blue, was it?
I think that's what it was. Thank you. Thanks for that get out, Ed.
Well, you did the first game of the season here, didn't you, against Derbyshire?
Yes, there we go. I've done several since then.
Flashbacks. Flashbacks to the first game of the season. Halliday again targeting straight. Oh,
yeah, a bit of juggling there by the
auditioning for
bowler.
the circus there, Amy Gordon.
In mitigation, my only defence is that I have got the scores from the other games in front of me, so I must have read one of those, although no excuse really because it's in the break. Now that's a lovely shot by Halliday. That's going to go out and hop over the boundary now.
That's a great shot because when she came down, I think probably most of the Kent fielders, if not all of them, and me, were thinking that's probably going to go through long on, but actually she recognised the ball was a bit wider of off stump and just threaded it through the gap.
I think her batting's really come on as we've seen her develop during the season. And we knew she could hit, what would you call it? She could hit a long ball, but actually those really nice shots through the offside. And they're talking of which, there is one of those longer ones. 4 square, no fielder down there. I think she's enjoying herself.
Well, what we saw from the Gloucestershire spinners as well is that if you land it on the right spot, there's plenty there for you and you're going to make life very tricky. But if you drop short, there's not much margin of error there. In fact, I mean, that's pretty much the case with everything, because as we said, it's not as though there's no pace in the pitch. Whilst it's turning, it's not dead slow, because we're still seeing batters be able to hit through the line of the ball. We're still seeing shots straight down the ground.
Yeah.
There's another short one, and that's going to get punished as well. Out to the mid-wicket boundary for 4, so 3 4s in the over, and that really has got Becca Halliday and Gloucestershire moving.
But all of those, as we said, that were fairly low. If they caught them right, she wasn't trying to beat fielders with those particularly, because there wasn't a fielder out there, just the one fielder on that side who was a lot squarer. So yeah, sensible batting there and very effective by Becca Halliday. Moving on to 32 or 33 balls.
So Hearn back in the firing line with Izzy James. Tall, leggy. Well played out through the covers. There's a bit of space there for the one that does just turn and bounce and end up short enough that Hearn can cut. Trying to clear mid-on, she won't do so, and gone. I think that was really the head-to-head battle that I was really interested to see how Halliday would go about trying to play James. I imagined that possibly that ball going up above the eye line might be a little too tempting, and she's just dragged it a little wider toward mid-on than I think she was hoping for, maybe trying to go a bit straighter, but 39 for 1. Halliday with a good cameo to get Gloucestershire underway, but it's reward for Izzy James.
Yeah, and I think she moved her feet a little bit out to that one, but not quite enough to really get the power behind it that she needed. So she, having just said how well she's playing, she will be disappointed with that. Here's Georgina Kant coming out. She's had some very good innings that we've seen her play. Missed the last match, but she'll be looking to resume her form from the previous game. Was, I think, 91 she got?
That was 2 ago.
Yeah, so she wasn't playing last game. So
no, I mean, sorry, as in 2 games ago
yeah.
she played. Yeah, so she got a 25 against Worcestershire,
right.
but it was the 91 off 77 against Sussex at Hove before that, and then also a half century against Middlesex in the Blast, last game of that.
That's right, and it's been really entertaining to watch, so she needs a good day today.
Another intriguing battle for me, this one.
Ooh, she thought about going for that one, and it just turned away from her a bit, so she's having a little look first.
She is strong on the cut shot, but the shot that she played a lot in that 91 was the step across to the offside and hitting it out into the onside. Ooh.
Yeah, they've still got that sort of second slip, or even wider than second slip, isn't she? So it's almost going round towards gully.
Yeah.
Fairly short there. So she needs to watch out for those little ones that she wants to dab down behind point. Oh.
Yeah, you see, that's what I was wondering about, because she is so strong in that area, but there is a lot of turn and bounce to be playing against, and how she goes about dealing with this threat, I'd be so interested to see. There's the one that just goes on. That didn't turn. And just carried on into the pads.
I think it's again, this is where thinking about the mentality of the batters who are going out there. You know, we've talked before about how this is 50 overs is a long game. They're already up with the run rate, 39 for 1 on the board. So they've got only chasing 176. So she's got time just to have a little look at what the bowler's doing, rather than rushing and trying to score too quickly.
And also pick your poison.
Yes, that's a good description.
That's well cut away between backward point and cover point. May not quite have the legs.
Oh, what a great
not
stop.
quite. That is terrific work.
Yeah.
He will come back for 3 though, so good running as well.
Just trying to see who that was. There were two of the fielders went out with that chase. One run right to the boundary, was just able to flick it back and save the run there, which in a low scoring game could be really important.
Darlington.
Darlington, there we go.
You'd have thought I mean, it's always the case, isn't it, really? That, well, I say always. It's often the case that the ball turning in is the easier one to face. Especially with somebody who is as powerful through the leg side as Kant is.
It's quite a wristy shot played round towards the leg there, but you're right, she does look more comfortable playing them through the offside.
I think that gentleman needs another lozenge.
I think he does.
down
I
there.
think we thought he was choking earlier, but let's send some down there. That's just backward a point, but no run.
So again, you sort of hope from a Gloucestershire point of view that Kant isn't ticking too much after a couple of shorter balls that she hasn't got off the mark yet to. If she was ticking, well, she's gone for the fuller delivery, and there's that shot that is so effective for her. That slog sweep gets into a low position and wallops it away through mid-wicket. 46 for 1 then after the power play. So in terms of runs, Gloucestershire are actually 8 behind where Kent were at this stage, but they've lost a wicket fewer, and they also know that they require that 176.
And, you know, in that last over, 4 dots in the middle, but sandwiched between a 3 and a 4, so that takes them well up on the run rate. Power play complete. We said if they could have a reasonable score on the board and not have lost too many wickets. They've lost 1 wicket, 46 runs. Good position to be in. That's another one that was just coming in above the eye line there.
Yeah. You've got to be brave and toss it up. Megan Belt loosening up at mid-off. There'll be another off-spin option.
Trying to play it away through the offside there, but not able to get the bat on it.
That's the problem. You sort of open yourself up a long way, and then the ball just turns even further away from you.
Yeah. That's well watched and just squirted out to point there.
It's a nice variation of length, though, from James. You want to be bowling a few up there, just really to drag the batter forward, and also some bounce off that length and turn. That's where the slip comes into play. It really was up above the eye line that time.
Do you know, I'm sitting here sort of twitching as imagining trying to avoid running out to try and play those.
Yeah. Cut away all that's underneath backward point. It's only going to cost 1.
But it should really have been none. Just sneaked underneath on the edge of that strip again.
Yeah. Just really any time they can rotate the strike against Izzy James will be good for them. That's what you want to see if you're Izzy James. You're quite happy to see that attempt to play against the turn.
That was I'm going that. No, I'm not. And just in the end, just sort of pushed out to mid wicket against that turn. So a good over, just 1 off it. Little chat for the batters in the middle there. And Gordon to continue from the other end, just having a little juggle of her field here.
Is it Gordon? I think it might be Megan Belt coming on.
Oh, okay. Yes, there we go. Yes. Change of bowler, Megan Belt. She's got deep square leg and a sweeper out on the cover boundary.
Another one that may be just a low full toss.
And a deep mid wicket as well, just to add.
Oh, it's probing outside the off stump there.
There's a big gap there between where the keeper is and backward point on the offside. No slipping now.
Off the surface, I thought that would be one that Ahern could cut. And again, it's just popped up and bounced. It was quite similar to the ball that got Bilal out earlier that she was trying to pull and ended up bottom edging onto the stumps. There's definitely no run there, despite the slight fumble at mid-off.
Georgia Camp was looking for one, wasn't she? But told no.
Still got to look up at that required rate and see it's at 3.4. Flight to delivery tempting Ahern into the drive. Well, so it's lovely to see the likes of Belt and Gordon playing here because they were actually playing in one of the first games of women's cricket that I covered professionally.
Right.
Cut in front of square should just be the single.
So who were they?
Out there in the deep. So that was, I think it was the second game. I'm trying to remember which order they were in, but it was the first year of Western Storm on this ground first year of Western Storm in the regional era, I should say, on this ground behind closed doors. So
must be COVID
nobody
years.
else in to see it, but it was Western Storm against the South East Stars in 2020. Storm's first game was against the South East Stars over at Beckenham. Megan Belt part of that side.
Just a little bit fuller there and just played out to the offside. I must say this is a very good commentary position for us because we're directly behind this bowler's arm, so we can see how much it's turning or not turning, which adds to our entertainment. Oh,
Leading edge, it's going to fall short of extra cover.
she's just trying to play against that spin again.
It's so tricky on a surface where there is that much turn, and she has enough height as well to extract what bounce there might be. Very few deliveries even which can be put away for singles. Over the top of extra cover this time, and the outfield may just do the rest here. It will. So Ahern breaks the shackles and brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire.
That's 50 and 12.4 overs. And just a single 4 off and over keeps them up with the run rate as well. This is why they shouldn't panic too much about some dots, as long as they can pick up the runs when they can.
Hard to say whether that's a slight moral victory for James or not, but I suppose it depends whether you're the bowler or the batter. The batter also knew exactly where that was going.
I'd say probably for the bowler, because if all they're going to do is just sort of drop it and see her off and not really try and score, it's hard to take wickets if somebody's determined not to score off you. But if they are going to play the shots, you know you're always in with a chance.
It's wide enough that Ahern can have a cut at it, but into the hands of backward point. But as you say, 4 off that over, and I think 4 off an Izzy James over at this stage is a good result. It's just not that type of game where you expect to see boundaries flying here, there and everywhere when the spinners are bowling.
But if you can do what Becca Halliday did before she got out, and she hit those 3 4s in 1 over, you take your opportunities when they are there.
Yes, exactly. And like you said, those shots were low risk shots, and also inside the power play there wasn't the protection out there in the deep to be able to save those runs.
Just backward a point there, so no run.
I've got 3 in the deep now, but it's just that extra 1 on the leg side can make a lot of difference in at least ensuring that a slightly loose ball maybe doesn't go for 4. Oh, well, that's hit in the air towards mid-on, and the catch is taken.
It's a good catch in the end. It looked like it was going to drop, but it just kept going.
Yeah, because off the bat I thought that was going to be a relatively straightforward catch in terms of height, but you say just never really got down. A full toss from Megan Belt, and that is a huge wicket for Kent, as I think it was that Izzy James who took the catch after having delivered the last over, and Kent, who'd been on great form, departs, and that brings Jess Hazel to the crease. Gloucestershire's keeper batter, no Katie Jones today, and Jess Hazel assuming that position of 4, still 124 runs needed to win. This really could still come down to the wire, even if not in terms of overs. It may in terms of wickets.
We may be on about that 35 over mark with potential of a really close finish.
Yeah, it's hard to really blame Georgie Camp for going after that full toss. Just be livid that she's planted it into the hands of mid-on. Just a little bit of extra elevation. But those are the sorts of deliveries that you need to put away, because you know that there could be a really good ball with your name on it.
Yes. It's a good start by Hazel. Bat on ball straight away, just played down behind square.
I should have been quite happy to have received that one first up.
Yes. It's the weight back on Mega Hearn's shoulders now.
Wide delivery off the gloves as well behind the stumps of Sturge, who I assume must be keeping in her Hampshire helmet or something, because there's a great big white plaster in front of it, which I assume is covering, I'm guessing it must be the Hampshire logo or some other
quite
logo
possibly,
anyway.
yes. That wouldn't be the done thing, would it? That's an interesting one. We were talking about Steer Callis earlier and how many teams she's played for this year. Does she have to have a new helmet for every team she's playing for?
Probably.
She'd need a kit bag for just those. It's forced away there. Well placed.
Mind you, I don't think, especially with the way that the women's professional game has come along, not sure that she would be short of kit. So they've done a good job, from what I hear, of providing good kit for tier 2. So you'd have thought be so much of a problem in tier 1. I guess underneath Megan Belt, an alert running from Meg Ahern.
Just went back through the bowler there, and they were able to pinch the single. Yes, it's you know, although these are they're amateur or non-professionals in that they're not being paid to play, but the very least then you would think, if they're representing the club, the clubs,
Yes.
the counties, is that they get the kit that is the equivalent to the men's kit. Not my tatty old helmet that actually, if there had been concussion protocols when I was using it, probably would have had to been replaced several years ago.
At least you were wearing one.
Yeah, eventually.
Yeah.
After my nose broke for the last time.
Oh, gosh.
That was keeping, not batting.
Right. The test of Izzy James. There's a late appeal from James, and those behind appeared to like it a bit more than she did. Maybe just going on with the angle, that one. Didn't look to be a bad shout from here, I must say, but a slicing cut shot which balloons out into space through the covers. So they have at least rotated the strike there, and it moves Jess Hazel into the line of fire.
We have our first result of the day. Glamorgan 119 for no wicket, chasing Worcestershire's 116.
Gosh.
So Glamorgan definitely consolidating that top 4 position.
Yep, so I think mathematically they were all but mathematically there, is what I wanted to say, even before that game, but that now is their spot confirmed into the semi-finals. So semi-finals made of both the Blast and the One Day Cup for Glamorgan. Umpire Daniels is on his walkie-talkie here. Not sure if this is just to confirm how many deliveries there are left in the over. I think that might be what it is. 2 left.
Too much excitement.
Against the turn from Hazel, but competently played. Roll of the wrists to pick up a single just to the right-hand side of short mid-wicket. Was turn, and that's going to get past backward point, and then it came racing in and just not able to cut off the angle. They do still only take the 1, and that's pretty much as expensive as Izzy James has got. 3 off the over. There was that 4 in the previous one, but 60 for 2 after 15 overs.
Nice maths, four and over.
In partnership with Adidas, the official club shop is located at number 8.
Bowling figures there, and James and Belt, just as Phillips and Daniels did for Gloucestershire, starting really to put a bit of a squeeze on things.
And memorabilia.
Gordon moving across from cover to stop that one. Pulled away and well fielded at short fine leg.
Yeah, that was
Laura
good.
Bailey.
It skipped off the surface, but she took that well. No run.
Because initially she moved to her left and had to move back to her right. Would have been a really handy boundary for Gloucestershire. Oh, in the air and almost picking out Gordon at extra cover. This is already feeling quite tense, I must say, even though there's still quite a long way to go in this chase. 116 more needed. But you just know another wicket at this stage, and I don't care what that win predictor says. That is extremely optimistic from a Gloucestershire point of view, given what we can see out in the middle. Down the leg side will be at least one something, and yes, indeed, it didn't touch anything, so it's going to be two more.
Wide didn't. Oh, Hazel just pulled back inside the line there. No run again. Final ball coming up. That's that played out through that space again, just out to the deeper fielder. Just the single.
And you run off the bat in that over. I sort of wonder, well, the temptation is just to keep Izzy James going and going and going, I guess, because at the moment she is looking like the one that is most likely to create not just the one wicket, but the couple of wickets that could even, well, it certainly moves things to evens, if not maybe slightly better for Kent if they can take two more quickly.
Yes, because they'll be aware of the people that they have got out and that they might have been the ones that Gloucestershire would be expecting to get the bigger scores. That's nicely played there.
Yeah, she's a strong sweeper as Jess Hazel, and makes it to the boundary for 4. We've said it earlier, it's not easy to sweep here, but she made sure that it was really full, that one, and also I guess she swept it maybe on line more than anything else.
Yes, it would have. It was pitching probably just outside leg thereabouts. So as long as she's got long legs, long levers, Jess Hazel, so she was able to get out to that one.
Sweeping again, but there's the top edge, and it's going to land short of short fine leg.
And then run away, and they're going to get 2 runs from it.
Well, I must say, it always looked as if she wasn't going to get there. I'd have been interested if she could have fielded that cleanly. The run out might have been half a chance. Ahern is quick, so she might have made it, but there was all sorts going on there, and that is the danger even of just sweeping on line. It's just that little bit shorter, and all of a sudden the bounce comes into play.
She's done it again.
And that one was fuller again.
Yeah, this time the fielders managed to come across and they just take the single.
She thought about a second run on the arm there, did Hazel? Maybe not at this stage.
Yeah.
Just a little flurry of runs.
Well, we haven't had a dot ball yet in this over. We have now.
Yeah. So, I mean, at this stage, it just does not matter about Meg Ahern's scoring rate. If she plays out 2 more dots here, then that's absolutely
That's
fine.
fine.
They've seen out 2 more dots of Izzy James, who's then bowled 6 of her 10.
And they've taken 7 off the over already, so...
Yeah. Easier to say from here, though.
That was played at and just sort of bounced down into the ground. No run.
Attempted pull shot. Oh, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? I thought she'd moved across to the offside there, but I was judged that it was far enough down anyway.
I think she probably moved as it was pitching, rather than having moved to the when the ball was on its way down.
It's going to get past mid-off. No, it's not, but it's really good running again from Ahern, who was recognising that that was going to go into some sort of a gap, but she's really led from the front in terms of the ground fielding as Megan Belt. That's 2 important diving stops to save potential boundaries. 72 for 2.
Yes, I've just had a good look at that sticker on the wicket-keeper's helmet. It really is very big, isn't it?
It is.
Do you think somebody's been in the first aid box and said, find me something to stick over this?
Well, it was quite funny earlier on in this month. I was covering a game and there looked as though there was this gigantic sticking plaster on the outfield. You know, it was just it was like a little, you know, one of those old-fashioned ones with the cross.
Yes.
Those sorts of plasters. Cut towards backward point. Darlington will bring it under control. I thought, what's going on there? Is there been a dent in the outfield or something? No. It turned out it was for the parachutists to come down and bring the match ball. Spot for them to land on. Well, Ahern looking skywards.
I don't know if you saw the news last night with the air balloon landing in the middle of a street.
No, I didn't see that.
I missed where it was, but it was getting lower and lower and looking like it might land on cars or on people's houses, but there's a guy wandering down the street and he managed to catch hold of the rope that was dangling down. And between that and the combination, do you drive a balloon? Well, they managed to land it in the middle. The streets reminded me of the ones round this ground, very narrow with cars parked either side.
Might have been here then.
It could have been, but I don't think it was.
Where was it?
Bedford, that's
okay.
it. I remember now. It was quite impressive.
There have been a few times when I've been here for T20 matches and I thought there was going to be a balloon land on somebody's house. Ahern, well, she sort of had enough with that attempted charge down the pitch, gets away with it. Out for 1 to the onside.
Yes, last weekend was it last weekend the balloon festival?
It was, yeah.
I didn't see any balloons, to be fair. I think we'd been out to the city centre here.
No, I was also told you have to be up very early.
Well, no chance of that.
Yes, exactly. Well, say that.
Yes.
No chance unless I've got to be there for a cricket match. This could be in the gap from Hazel. It will be for 4 runs.
Yeah.
Low full toss and Hazel again playing that shot which brought her a boundary in the previous over as well, but playing with what spin there might be, although I think that one she's just reached it on the full, stepped into it, and that short boundary means it's hard for those onside fielders to cut the angle down. So under 100 required by Gloucestershire. Still 8 wickets in hand. They're certainly not out of the woods yet, but sometimes just that psychological barrier of under 100 required can be something. Edged and well caught.
Very good catch. Kent's tactic of keeping the slip in there worked. That sort of second slip and just played, and she had to dive forward and took the catch, holding the ball just above the ground.
So Meg Ahern's patient innings comes to an end, and you have to say it's a really top piece of bowling that's got rid of her.
Yeah, it wasn't. You can't even say that she played a rash shot there. She was just beaten by the ball.
Yeah.
Just took the edge there.
It's beautifully flighted, but also it's the line. I mean, she's she's thinking if that goes on and doesn't turn, then it's going towards off stump, but just gets her playing away from the eye line enough to catch the outside edge. And a good catch from Amy Gordon at slip. And a second wicket for Izzy James. And still, what, 3 more overs to go after this. It's going to be Chloe Skelton coming out at number 5 ahead of Melissa Story. So both the Somerset loanees in the middle. Skelton, her trademark shot really is the cut shot, so that might we'll see, but it might be slightly better for her with the ball turning away from her. But Izzy James is showing her quality here, showing why she was Cambridge's leading wicket taker before joining Kent.
Play carefully out there to point.
This will be a good test as well for a couple of Tier 1 players on deals at Somerset. I've seen a couple of pitches at Taunton which have turned for one-day cricket this year. Oh, Skelton's tried to help that one into the onside. Hazel will eventually call her through for the 1. And
leg by.
Yeah, a bit of pad. But it's a little bit of a different test here, and a chance to spend plenty of time out of the middle. I mean, Somerset's women have got some very important 50-over games themselves coming up after the Tier 1 competition resumes. Appeal for caught behind. No, says the umpire.
The wicket-keeper's still jumping. That's I can't quite believe it jumping.
We've seen some bouncing up and down from the keeper's position. Jess Hazel got a taste of her own medicine there. Well, I can't tell anything from that, to be honest.
The only thing you can say is that the keeper did adjust her hands onto a different line from where she thought the ball was going, so who knows. She was obviously confident, but sometimes keepers do keepers catches.
From the reverse angle, can't really see too much either way. Needs Snicko.
And we're not the important ones anyway, so.
No, that is always worth reminding ourselves of.
And that's just a single hit. The slip is still full length on the ground. Not that she really. I think she's stuck. No, she's up now. That's an extremely long barrier.
James, 3 overs left, but they do still have more leggies to come. That's the other
we like
fact
that.
to this. Well, I love it. I love seeing leg spin, but also leg spin where there is actually something for the leggy to bowl with. Megan Belt into her 5th over.
Good pick up there.
Skelton just on a little bit of a wander at the non-striker's end as well. Ella Darlington is making sure that she's not going for any wanders. Oh, outside edge, but there's no slip for Megan Belt. Hazel might turn this into 2. She will do. She's pretty quick between the wickets. I also do like a nice low-scoring thriller. Every run means something.
I think they can be more exciting games sometimes.
Yeah, there's that extra factor of nerves so often comes into play, which from a sadistic point of view as a sports watcher you tend to like.
I think that's been true even in the 100 this year, because you get so used to lots and lots of big hitting, but sometimes those ones that where every single run counts
Yeah.
are much more exciting. It's how people who don't know cricket can't understand how you can be excited at the end of 5 days watching a team playing for a draw in a test match. Isn't it? But it can be exciting.
Exactly. It can be some of the most exciting when you've got, say, the last wicket pair in there trying to bat out for the draw. It was like that Women's Ashes test at Canberra. Ended up in a draw, but that was one of the most amazing finishes that you could wish to see.
Yes, were you at that?
Oh gosh, no. No, I've never been to Australia, but I was watching that along. Heather Knight's 100 in that first innings of that test, probably one of my favourite, certainly of recent times in terms of test innings, because it had come off the back of just another absolute drubbing by Australia's men over England, and all of a sudden it was, right, here come the women,
Yes.
they're gonna save a bit of face here, and of course that was just it was just a pulsating finish. It looked as though England were in control of a chase. I mean, hats off to Australia for setting the game up a little bit as well, because they could have just batted on and killed it a little bit, but gave themselves a chance to win as well.
It was in the air, but no fielder there. No run.
I think I'm right in saying you can still listen back to the last hour of that. Paddled away, short fine leg.
I'm sure I have to look out for that.
So this is a couple of years ago now. They did a feature, well, I think it was before the 2023 Ashes. They did a feature called Ashes Hour, where they played back some of the best finishes in recent times, and that was one of them. Oh, there's a shoulder of the leading edge almost taken, and short of the slip. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it was still available on BBC Sounds earlier in the summer. Here I'm plugging BBC products, and I'm not even on the BBC today.
Yeah.
Running through for the single, and well, like I said, direct hit could have had Jess Hazel in trouble.
That was a direct hit on the batter.
It was. Just, I don't know if there's any serious inquiry about obstructing the field there, but I think we'll see here. And she's had a look, but she doesn't know that that's exactly where the throw's coming from, and she would have been safe anyway, I think, even if it had hit.
That was a legitimate line to be running.
Well, that's a very short delivery.
It was very short, and she'd set herself up to play on the leg side, but she'd gone so early that then when it went wider on the off, she couldn't get there.
You just see the drag down, you think, right, back foot.
Yeah. Oh, too late.
Crash it away. Oh.
It's moved.
It sort of feels like another over of Izzy James seen off as well as she's bowling.
Yeah, 8 overs through now, so it does look like she's going to go through her spell. I'd be quite tempted, I think, to see again where are the catches going to come. We've had a couple going through to that sort of second slip position.
You want a silly point in, don't you?
Yeah. Well, sort of silly point, backward silly point, gully, whatever, just to put a little bit of extra pressure on. Might be worthwhile for a couple of overs. Because the score has snuck along quite nicely to 83 for 3 now. And there's another run.
Well, Hazel's doing a sterling job so far. Gloucestershire would just want somebody, it's just a 40, or if somebody could get to 50, I think they'd be in a great spot. Still not quite halfway there. Oh, there's the cut shot from Skelton, and Hazel. She's running well between the wickets, which they're going to have to do. You need to scamper for every run that they can get. It's going to get Skelton off the mark.
That's really much too close, I think, to her to try and play that shot.
What Hazel's doing well here off belt is working with the turn, and she has, apart from that one top edge, she's been quite judicious about playing against the turn to James as well when she's faced her. Appeal for LBW. I think that was turned down very quickly. There was a lot of turn there, and yeah. Helpful hand signal from the umpire going down the leg side.
Yes, it's going that way.
Have a look here. I mean, she has come a long way across her stumps. There is that turn in the mind of the umpire. Well, she'll get that one on the full, but there is a fielder out at deep, straight mid-wicket. Keep that to 1. It's almost reached the stage where just a little ripple of applause for every run scored.
Yeah. When I think about the Skelton cut, I can. There were coaches around in years gone by would say you don't cut anything until you've got at least 50 runs on the board.
I was happy to cut again. Picks out Gordon at cover. 3 from the over. Round about the required rate. 86 for 3, 90 more required. So Story due in next. There's, well, as we've seen recently against Worcestershire, there's plenty of batting in the bowling. The likes of Daniels and Belcher and Dolman all finding runs. Be under a different kind of pressure here though in a run chase.
It would, and it would be better for them to come together and get the runs when they need 50 or less rather than when they're not far off 100 to go. Just played out for the single there.
And again playing with the turn there, Jess Hazel. Actually doesn't feel as though she's been trapped on strike very much against Izzy James either. Skelton back in the firing line.
Classic defensive shot there. Perhaps she is seeing how many overs James has had to bowl and that there's only one more after this. So it'd be silly going for her at this point and risking being out. That's slightly more adventurous.
It's a tricky field really, because it almost would take a drag down from James for an easy single. Lots of fielders straight, so it's going to take a little bit of a risk either working against the turn, trying to play square on the onside.
Oh, she was tempting her with that one.
That's exactly the thing, and then that brings that leading edge into play.
Yes.
Or if you're trying to get one through the offside, you can't play late because you've got the slip in there.
Yeah.
And if you try and play in front of square, you need the length and the width in order to be able to do that. Like that. And that's where you can make use of that space on the offside.
Yeah. So a dot ball sandwich between the two ones there. One at the start, one at the end. 88 for 3.
Halfway stage in terms of runs.
I was thinking I was just testing my maths there, Ed. 23 overs. Now I know what you mean.
I just put the DLS calculator to good use. Decided we were going to have a 46 over a side game anyway. Still no change from the Ashley Down Road end either. Belt for her 7th over. Skelton cutting, she's got this one fine enough. They might consider a second, or they're going to come through for it as well. There's a little fumble. Even with that fumble,
Should be
possibly
in.
a little tighter than might have been comfortable.
Very good running though.
I'm not sure, did Skelton see that fumble before she turned for the second? Because if that's not fumbled, then that is very likely a run out appeal. Anyway, she's made it.
She's playing that shot away through the offside again.
Yeah, just a little bit short. I mean, I know there's bounce there. It could still make that shot tricky, but without the slip in place, she's got more margin for playing that cut shot.
Coming across her stumps again there, Jess Hazel.
She is. I think almost that time. I wonder if she got so far across that she was outside off.
Yeah. So, let's have a look.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that's the thing, isn't it? Just needs to find that happy medium belt. Oh, bottom edge. Oh, how's that missed the stumps?
Very big swing at that one. And just a little nick past the stumps. Well placed in the end.
Yes, out of keeping really with the rest of
Yeah.
Hazel's innings. It was a very wide ball.
Chloe Skelton saying that's the way to do it.
Yeah. Block it.
Yeah. Again, 4 off this over already.
No ball.
That's unusual.
Oh, dearie me.
Front foot or
I assume
sideline?
it must be. So,
Free
Skelton is
Can have fun with this one.
able to charge down as far as she likes, if that's the way she wants to go. And she does, and whacks it over the bowler's head. 1 bounce 4.
What a nice bonus for Gloucestershire that is.
It is 5 runs off that delivery, and that time the free hit is punished. Got to the pitch of it. And she liked that one, did Chloe Skelton? There was a bit of the strut and the backswing after that one, and why not?
She's a bit tied down, isn't she? So that will have made her feel an awful lot better. This is James's last over coming up now, so nothing silly by Gloucestershire batters, we hope.
Happy to sweep. This is into space, probably 2. It will be.
2 to Hazel again with that, what looks like her favourite shot. Or most effective shot today, certainly.
26 from 30. Vital innings in the context of the game.
That was well weighted for as well. Just pushed it out on the offside.
That's really good batting. 100 up for Gloucestershire.
Oh, and a bit of loud vocal support. Was that by Mr. Sneezing Man, or is that somebody else?
No, I don't think Matthew Lee's responsible for the sneezing. Some people are reclining down there, not really deck chairs, but they're back leaning seats. Tickled down fine. That time Hazel doesn't fancy the quick run. 2 more deliveries left for Izzy James. Skelton finishing off the Kent innings off the last ball of her spell will not want to return the favour. Oh, well, you can see why she wanted to cut that, but
It's too high.
vicious bounce.
Yes.
You know, warning for dangerous bowling.
Keeper
with
took
that
it up
kind of
by-
bounce.
Yeah, keeper had to try and take it up by her shoulder.
And the last delivery of Izzy James is safely negotiated, but what a wonderful spell of bowling that was. Really enjoyed watching that. 10 overs, 2 for 29. 26. Excuse me, I've just got Belt's figures as 1 for 29 on there.
Yeah.
That's where I've got the 29 from. Even better than that. 2 for 26. And that will be time for a drink as well. At 100 for 3, 76 more required. Could still get nervy, but Jess Hazel on 27 Skelton on 9, whilst those two are still in the middle. Gloucestershire nerves will not be being tested too much.
Just a little update from around the country. So Sussex Sharks women 38 for 1 off 8.3 overs, chasing 320. Derbyshire 42 for 2 off 9.5 overs, chasing 335 against Leicestershire. And probably the crunch game of the day, Northamptonshire Steelbacks women 31 for 1 off 8, chasing Yorkshire's 259. So that could be an interesting game, the way that one's going.
Yes, I think Michaela Kirk will have to come good again, possibly for Northamptonshire. She's in there on 7. Jess Woolston has the 1 wicket to fall. Langston and Woolston, the opening bowling combination for the Yorkies. And yeah, Worcestershire and Glamorgan, well, they didn't even see 50 overs of cricket combined in
Sadly
that game.
not, no.
26.2 overs in Worcestershire's innings, 116 all out, and Glamorgan chasing that target in 17.5 overs. I wonder if there's anything that we can pick out from that Super 4s competition. Team 3 is 94 for 1 after 10 overs against Ireland's under 19s. In fact, they've just brought up the 100. And who's that? Is that Freya Davies?
Or playing in one of the, well...
That can't be Freya Davies, can it? Batting at 3?
Well, if it's not, it's another Davies to add to our Davies list that we were
This is
talking
what
about earlier.
This is what I'm thinking. Who am I forgetting?
In case you missed it earlier, we were talking about Worcestershire having a Davies, 2 Davises and a Davies in their top 4, which then started us thinking about those with the same name or similar names that play for other teams and whether we could make up a whole team of them.
No, it's not Freya.
Okay, so it's another
Davies.
one for our
There
list.
is another, yes.
Another F.
Plays for Leicestershire.
Okay. Is that a Davies or a Davis?
Davies.
So we're up to 6 now.
And I think I've got another one for you from, there's a Hannah Davis, I think it is, who plays for Middlesex.
There we go, 7. We nearly got a team.
Yeah, in
Can
fact,
we go back to
both played against each other in the, I'm just having a look at the card here, both played against each other in the Leicestershire versus Middlesex semi-final at League 2 finals day.
If I'm allowed to go back a few years, I can go back to Marsha Davies, who used to play for Western Counties and then Kent. She might have to be a reserve because she's not playing anymore.
Okay.
And there was a Hannah as well, another Hannah Davies. Anyway, there we go. This is amazing what you can talk about when it's drinks and you're trying to think of what else to talk about.
And there's a Noling Davies here for Derbyshire, so I think we can have that.
I don't know if any of these are a wicket keeper. We've definitely got a couple of bowlers.
Ruby Davies can Ruby Davies keep? I think
maybe, yeah.
I'm not sure if she didn't keep in these games. I'm trying to think whether she also does keep wicket. I'm sure she could do it in a pinch if not.
Anyway, back to this game.
Back to this game, yes.
Belt to continue.
Just relieve the tension for a few moments.
Oh, full start.
Swatted away, and just the one, yeah, was sort of a routine piece of fielding for Coco Streets, but at the same time you know that boundary is fast approaching.
It only needs a small fumble and
Exactly.
it pops over the rope. So
it's an unforgiving outfield as well. It's a little bit smoother than it was. Cracked away off the cut shot from Skelton. It's a long throw from the deep, but they won't take it on.
It's almost a sort of, rather than a traditional cut behind point, it's almost like a slap through the covers.
Well, she's got the ability to play it later as well, but I think with the bounce, you're always flirting with danger of maybe just getting a nick through to the wicketkeeper.
And that is a little misfield there. That's gone through the short mid wicket for a single.
Even just a steady trickle of singles can get on top of you as a fielding unit. Skelton looking for more than singles, and she'll go here. She's caught at backward point.
It's a classic example of where your strength can also be your weakness. She knows she likes playing those shots on the offside, but that just went and well taken by the backward point fielder.
Yeah, I mean, already 3 singles off the over. She gave her the charge, tried to hammer it through the covers.
That's actually just taken in front of point, but yes, you almost, as the fielding side there, you almost need to set your field to her strength, knowing that she's not going to be able to resist those.
Darlington, I think it was with the catch, she's been stationed at backward point a lot.
Yeah.
And so Skelton gone for 10.
And Melissa Story coming in.
Well, back into the side, Melissa Story for this game after missing out on selection for the last couple of 50 over games, but it's back into the cauldron here.
Yes, having been on the other end of the microphone for a few games between her last appearance and this one. She's been commentating on various cricket, including some leading the commentary team on some of the 100 games. So
yes, I believe. Well, actually, maybe I shouldn't say that. Don't know. Maybe I shan't say that. Anyway, what I will say is that I'm sure you will be able to hear Melissa on at least one game in September anyway. 103 for 4 after 26 overs. I wonder how she's going to play it, because I mean, you know, her natural game as a batter and what was so impressive in the T20s was the proactiveness and the ability to find boundaries early on in her innings and maintain a high strike rate. But this situation is almost the exact opposite from that. And you know, does she continue to take the attitude of, well, okay, if I can score a quick 20, then that changes the game? Or is it, I don't care how quickly I score my 30 or 40, but that's what I'm going to get, and if that's the case, then that should be the game.
I would say her primary aim just at the moment is to support Jess Hazel at the other end, because she's going well. She's got 29 off 34 at the moment.
Amy Gordon, change of ends. Forcing shot from Hazel, but
so
they've
yes,
got a long on in place but long off up.
Yeah, so all about the partnerships, I think, really. Even if Story's contribution to that partnership isn't huge, it's all about the partnership being together and staying in there.
Down the leg side and doesn't touch anything, so they ought to take 2 here. In fact, the ball almost skipping onto the boundary rope, but that'll be 3 runs. Only 13 extras for Kent in comparison to Gloucestershire's 39. But can ill afford too many of those, Kent. Pulled away, but it's a good shot from Hazel, even though it finds the fielder, because what she made absolutely sure to do was to stab that ball into the ground. Safety first. And that time she will find that gap on the onside. So already 4 from the over.
A little bit of a change in the field for the new batter.
I would imagine that Story might be quite relieved that Izzy James isn't in the attack anymore. Not that Amy Gordon doesn't pose a significant threat as well.
She's perhaps slightly more predictable than James. She's played nicely out to the offside there.
Off the mark.
Just that fielder sweeping out there on the offside with still two on the leg side.
Oh, wants a single here. This is going to be a run out, is it? Oh, wide throw. Well, that seemed like Jess Hazel's call, even though it just went behind square. Story responded as quickly as she could, and I thought that was going to be curtains for it. Yeah, it looked like Hazel set off. Story wasn't too sure about it, and I can understand why.
A direct hit maybe, but that was quite a long way away from being a direct hit, so in safely.
That's where things can start to get a little bit scrambled. I mean, it's 2.9 now. They've got the required rate down below 3.
Oh, we're smiling because Jess Hazel definitely thinks she thought about going for that one and then thought, no.
Especially having seen the way that Skelton just perished.
Yes.
Another catch on the offside at that stage. Yeah. Didn't want that.
Mm.
That time she does go for it, spinning towards the stump. Story's come a long way down, but then the piece of fielding is not clean at short, fine leg.
I think Jess Hazel was still off balance after her shot there. I didn't think there was much chance she could have launched herself off to do the run.
I don't think there was a run there.
No. All turned out all right in the end. She reached for that one a bit, Jess Hazel, but picked up the single.
Yeah, there is such a fine line between being busy and being frenetic.
Yes. Ooh. Just a bit of a somersaulting stop there, pushed out to the other fielder. A sideways somersault, if there is such a thing, a single there.
Sideways somersault, trying to, yeah. Well, it's a little bit when you're sort of rolling down the hill.
Yes.
Tumbling down. Pull shot, and that might evade mid-wicket, it does. So Hazel continues to find the boundary on occasions, and that is 4 more knocked off the total.
Yes, a bit like the Gloucestershire cheese rolling, isn't it? Cheese.
Oh gosh, Cooper's
Hill, yeah. Absolutely crazy.
Yeah, wasn't there somebody who won it who'd come over from America or something just to take part in the competition, and the number of broken limbs every year and take your life in your hands, all for, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, I like cheese, but I don't like cheese that much.
Well, it's nice to bring the local traditions in when we're in Gloucestershire.
Short fine leg is maybe now walking in from the circle rather than right back on the edge.
Yeah, it's been a busy position today.
Yeah, just trying to cut down on those singles round the corner. Oh, that's well played by Story. That's a beautiful shot. Just using the pace of the ball and the width that was on offer, and there's nobody fine of backward point. A boundary to Melissa Story.
That was nicely played. So we can see that big gap there, and as long as you avoid the keeper, anything on it is going to run away down there.
Not much turn on offer, and just flick of the wrists and away it went.
And there's that fine leg fielder again being used. Oh, she's throwing that one in. She's looking. She's even though there was no run taken, she's obviously trying to get her range right in terms of getting the ball in, and that was
Yes.
in by the keeper's feet. And here she is again. Somebody else will be able to play in a minute.
Underarm throw that time.
Yeah.
I saw Sophie Eccleston wing the ball into Deandra Dottin's shin yesterday
Ow.
from about that position. Just one bounce straight into the shins at full pace.
Oof.
And full toss. I thought the eyes were going to light up there, and well, she does play a strong shot.
That's
Just the one.
yeah.
Respectful defensive shot to end the over.
Yeah, 5 off it. 120 for 4 of 29 overs.
Well, the bizarre thing is that Gloucestershire are still behind where Kent were at this stage in terms of runs. But the approach from Kent with the top order seemed to be to go out to try and score 300, and you know, I guess they at times they tried to pull it back, but
Yeah,
once that partnership was broken between Gordon and Barnfather, wickets fell very quickly through that middle part.
story of the tortoise and the hare, isn't it?
Well, it's funny you should say that. Because one of the Greek paradoxes
Yes.
was that... So hear me out here.
Yeah,
right?
I'm listening.
So it's Achilles and the tortoise is
Yes.
the paradox. So the tortoise gets a head start. Drive and a miss. Yeah, that's the way it works, isn't it?
Yes.
The tortoise gets the head start, right? So the tortoise, for every distance that the tortoise has to cover, so Achilles, let's say that you pick a point where Achilles halves that distance, so halves the distance to the tortoise.
Yes.
But then the tortoise will have moved further along, okay? So Achilles then has to halve the distance again. And you keep halving the distance.
Right.
Flicked away out to deep square for one. So in theory, because the tortoise is always moving forward, you know, every
Yeah.
time Achilles halves the distance, the tortoise has moved again.
Yes.
So Achilles never catches the tortoise.
I will have to go away and think about that one, because I really wouldn't like to think that the story of the tortoise and the hare wasn't correct.
No, but the hare, you see, the
Yes,
hare,
that's
the
slightly
hare,
different.
exactly, the hare stops, doesn't he?
Yes, yes, okay, that's fair enough.
But Achilles should never be able to run down a tortoise. That's the paradox. Strong pull shot for one run, and that is Megan Belt's spell complete. 10 overs, 2 for 40. And 30 overs bowled.
There are certain things you never think you're going to talk about on these, but I've now learnt that there is nothing really that's off limits.
There isn't. And
Right.
there's also no reason why somebody that is quicker than another person that sets off when the slower person gets a head start, the quicker person never able to catch them, ever.
I'll bear that in mind, because I would be the slower person waiting for somebody else to try and catch me up.
Yeah, just say no.
You're not doing it.
Zeno's paradox says you cannot catch me.
But in terms of the game, does slow and steady do it?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? Can Gloucestershire catch Kent that way?
But then arguably they haven't really given them a head start, have they? Because
No. Well, I suppose in a way they've allowed Kent to score 175 before they scored anything, but I know what you mean.
Yeah, you'd need another team bowling at them each to be able to do it that way, wouldn't you?
Mm. Or you'd need to do it like they had in Australia for a while, where I think it was, I'm not sure if they ever did this in the WNCL, probably not, but in the state 50 over competition for a while they had 25 overs, 25 overs, 25 overs, 25 overs. So they switched around twice, pulled away
Nice shot.
firmly. Into the long side though, just for one.
We did say that earlier in the season when it looked like it might rain, that it would make more sense to do 10 overs and then 10 overs and then 10 and 10, because at least that way you'd have both ended up with the same number of overs.
Sometimes you feel that almost might be a solution to those games where it's so frustrating because you think they got through 24 overs or something like that. They've had 20 overs of the first innings and 4 of the second, and there's no result.
Yes.
Hazel's going to have to get back into a crease here, although actually she almost forced an error and possibly a run because of that throw in to the keeper's end, which Belt suddenly thought she might have to make.
Oh, that's a
Just a little bit high.
good ball.
I think Gordon was sort of half appealing, half not appealing. Come through for the one. Again, it's good running.
Just 3 off the over.
Hazel 39. It's a name which is certainly in the context of this game. I think you can say that a 30 or a 40 is worth substantially more than that.
Indeed. I was just looking at the spectators along the edge of the car park in their chairs there. Do people who come and watch here move their way round depending on where the sun is?
I think some people do. So there's certainly a group of people that will only ever sit at the far end in the full-on sunshine. And then the mound stand, actually I can see somebody with a pink parasol in the mound stand today. But there's usually several people who spread themselves over about 8 seats in the back of that mound stand.
Laura?
Bailey into the attack. Yeah, did wonder whether they might go to Bailey a bit sooner, seeing what there was for Izzy James. Slightly quicker leggy there. And Hazel suddenly realising there's 2 on, and yeah, they will make that. Excellent cricket. And under 50, the requirement now. Hazel into the 40s.
Just pulled down a little bit, that one. And hit away to sort of a wide mid-wicket.
It's a bit tricky coming into the attack at this stage. You've waited 31 overs to be brought into the attack, and then it's basically, right, go on, take 4 for 10 and win us the game.
It was,
hard to hit.
I was just going to say that. It's the sort of not loopy leg spin that gets above the Eileen. It's sort of lower and flatter.
Above the Eileen?
Eileen. Who's Eileen?
Come on, Eileen.
Yeah, that's a song choice.
better be careful. Better be careful with that one in these parts. It divides the crowd.
Yeah, okay. Oh, you have to tell me why later. And it's a hit away there for another single by Story. It used to be my old cricket club song back in the whenever I started playing.
Right.
That'd be in the early 80s.
Oh, it's another bottom edge. She's done well with those as Jess Hazel in this inning. There's only been a couple of them, but just squeezing them somewhere past the stumps. Second wicket at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire 81 for 2 after 16 overs though, so they're not making bad progress in terms of run rate.
No. It's a good pick up
There's
there.
no run there. Story on a bit of a wander.
You could. That was a run on the shot, I think, more than anything else.
She just can't keep still. I tell you, even in the commentary box, she just can't keep still. Oh dear. She's got a little fine flick on that one. That should bring a couple of runs at least. Will be dragged in before the boundary rope.
Yes, nice little tickle down the leg there.
So for Northamptonshire, Beth Ascot is racing away, 28 off 22.
Well played away by Story. So the single.
Yeah, she's used her wrists really well in this innings so far. I mean, again, it's not going to look necessarily the prettiest in terms of strike rates today, but 13 off 21 when the ball's turning and bouncing out there. That's one to be pulled away.
A nice shot.
Got it past short mid-wicket. Is it going to go to the boundary?
Oh,
no,
great
it's
stop.
not. That is excellent fielding out there. Sydney Gorham as well, a fast bowler chucking herself around.
And you can hear from the
saving two.
applause how good that was.
Oh, that was I mean, that was almost behind her.
Yeah.
Diving away pretty much full length to her left, having made a long run from a conventional deep mid-wicket to a straight mid-wicket, and then pretty much palming it back in, as I say, behind her. Look at the partnership. So no huge ones, but also no really tiny ones.
No, but as we said, how was Melissa Story going to bat when she came in and we talked about partnerships, and there's a partnership of 31 between her and Jess Hazel already.
She's paced it.
And get that up over the
so far,
get that up over the 50 partnership, and it means it's a much less challenging target. They'll be happy at the moment. Bailey again. We'll see what her flatter leggies are going to do this time. A fuller length one and given as a wide.
Hasn't missed. I think it's missed either the boot or the stumps by masses, but it's cruel in this format. It's a wide automatically, and I mean, you can see how it can't have missed by much because of the fact that Sturge couldn't quite take it.
That's another single. Hazel plays it way through the offside. So 3 off that first 2 balls. Excellent for Gloucestershire.
This has been a very impressive innings from Jess Hazel. Oh, I think that is a double bouncer. Yeah, it is. It's no ball. And so there'll be a free hit, and it'll be Hazel on strike as they
yeah, they've taken the
take the
single
run
as well.
So no ball, by, and then the free hit will be signalled when he gets back into position.
Or will it?
Yeah.
Yes, here we go. He's keeping busy on this ball, isn't he? All these signals.
Field can be changed.
Yes. Got somebody going into that position, sort of a fine leg, presumably looking for that ramp type shot that we've seen a lot of people play off the free hits.
Well, she goes to the reverse, and we'll get it away
nice.
for at least a couple. I'm not sure there's enough pace on it to go to the boundary. 2 more. Hazel on to 47.
It's not what the fielding side were expecting, so it's always useful.
And it's a shot that I know that Hazel can play, and it's a shot that's been on for a while, but she's held herself back from playing at that until a good time to play it presented itself. Now behind square on the onside, and whilst she pushed that first one hard, no chance of 2, but the running between the wickets, particularly from Hazel, and she has found that balance between being busy between the wickets and not taking too many undue risks. Full toss, and Story's hammered it away, but
good.
Yeah, it's a good stop out there at deep backward square.
Yes, I think she might have hoped for more out of that one. It was a good stop.
And again, though, she didn't try and hit it into the car park. It would have been easy to have done. Aimed for a couple of windscreens. Do notice that a couple of the cars which were parked right next to the boundary boards have moved back a space. And in fact, a few have sought shelter behind the ground staff tractors and rollers.
Well, I can't really go over it there and do that, so I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. I didn't like to park in one of the one with the name on it. Well played. Just pulled out to mid-wicket, another single.
So ticking the runs down this partnership, which, you know, again, we saw the partnership graphic. It's not as though, I mean, actually, now it's 42, so it has moved up a bit in the last couple of overs. So
Well, 10
it's
off that over helped.
Yes, it's getting towards that stage of being really pretty substantial. In fact, it is the highest partnership of the innings so far, and it's easy to forget that when these two came together, there were still a few nerves. I mean, 72 required, 6 wickets in hand.
You'd like to think the conversation out there now is that we are going to see this through. You know, no, let's not get anybody else involved. We're out here. We know what's happening. We're scoring quite nicely.
Time to get greedy.
Exactly.
Kent having to roll the dice now and bring cover up. So there are 2 fielders back on the onside, but really trying to tempt Gloucestershire now to try to finish this game off quickly by hitting the ball against the spin. They need wickets.
Oh, it's in the
Could
air.
be one of them. No, it lobs short mid-wicket.
Do you know, she tried to place that between the 2 fielders. She couldn't have done a better job. Just looped over one and in front of the other. And a single results. Play there, that fine leg fielder in the right place again.
Yeah, they've taken on that run a few times, particularly early on in this partnership, but I think now realising that they're both seeing the ball well enough that they don't really need to do that.
Right. That's better, just push to the side of where the fielder is.
Oh dear, there's a
Bit of
juvenile
tap
gull
going
there
on
that nearly
and
gets
that's
hit.
Jess Hazel's 50.
It is 62 balls, and what a cracking innings this has been. The first half century of the match. Barnfather's 43, the previous highest score. 3 boundaries, but it's actually more impressive for me, the innings, because it's 3 fours. It's been about the 1s and the 2s. Story just unable to beat backward point. Good timing on the cut shot. But yeah, she's faced 27 dot balls, which, just as a comparison, helped away to deep square. Again, another situation they might fancy too there. There's no point at this point. The Barnfather's 43 came off 67 balls, and that included 44 dots. And in a situation where really the board just needed to be kept moving, Hazel's really impressed me with her ability to play spin in this innings, because she's had some tricky tests with the likes of James and Belt turning the ball each way, and she looked as though she had a really solid plan for how she was going to at least rotate the strike against both those bowlers.
We just saw the run rate diagram there in the worm, and I think that really indicated about how Kent had got away and was scoring that much quicker, but now the lines have come together. I don't know if that proves or disproves your paradox or my tortoise and the hare, but one or the other. In cricket terms.
So a change of bowling, and Sophie Singer on to bowl. Her leg spin, appeal for LBW, not out. She was trying to sweep that and I think get it fine, because there's a deep square and nobody at short fine leg.
That's quite a brave thing to do for a new bowler when you don't know quite what she's doing. Oh, that's
top
up in the
edge,
air.
and it's
Should
going to be
keeper.
safe.
Yeah.
Right over the keeper. I mean, again, that's what you're talking about. It just takes that little fraction of a second for the keeper with the helmet on to locate the ball, and
Yeah.
so often that's enough to mean that the batter is safe.
And I think even if she had spotted that one earlier, it looped up further away than she'd have been able to get to.
Just about, you could say, from Story's perspective. She swung hard enough that she got a bigger top edge that it didn't go straight up.
Not pretty, but effective. That's Hazel playing on the leg side again.
Well, she looks like she's endeavouring to keep this exciting. 26 needed. 150 comes up.
On the home stretch. That's
She's hit that
nicely
straight.
played.
Great shot from
Lovely
Story, and that is a 4 that brings up the 50 partnership between Jess Hazel and Melissa Story. What a great job they've done. 51 runs in 60 balls. It's come in good time as well.
That's excellent. And for me, this demonstrates that it's great to be able to do that big hitting and hit lots of 4s and 6, but today what's been needed has been cool heads, nice shots, good running, and that's really what they've been doing, you know, without counting chickens.
Yes.
No panic.
Mid off and mid on up, but along the grounds made that shot impressive.
Yeah, and there's another one that played out there, and it might just sneak. No, just the field has come across well there. Again, all along the ground, low risk shots.
Good commitment from Barnfather, because if you're at all half-hearted about that one, then that's skidding underneath for 4 more.
And that was hit a bit harder, but a bit squarer, so that fielder, same fielder again, and gets the ball in just for the single.
Got the long barrier out that time. Just 20 more required, and it does indeed feel like the home stretch now. And for Gloucestershire, well, wonder, do they even have half a thought? 20 runs in 4 overs, bonus point?
No.
No, no.
Well, they may do.
I just wonder.
Yeah.
I don't. As I say, I think it's probably unlikely that it's going to come down to that. I mean, realistically, not sure what the score is from Northampton. Let's have another look at that in a moment. Just pushed into the gap for a single. Northamptonshire 114 for 2 after 21 overs. So Kirk is there on 56 from 51. And Ascot on a run of ball 30. So they need 146 from 29 overs. So 5 and over with 8 wickets in hand. Might be following that for a little bit later on.
Yes, I can listen to that on the radio on my way back.
Could be interesting. And just as a reminder, a Yorkshire loss and a Gloucestershire win would mean potentially either 3 or 2 points between the two sides going into the final round of matches. So a Gloucestershire win and a Yorkshire loss in the final round could potentially see Gloucestershire through, although Worcestershire are still in the mix as well, despite a hefty loss today.
Yes, they've remained stranded on the 20 points, so a good win in the last game could push them in there, depending on what Yorkshire do.
Yeah, I mean, a bonus point win for Worcestershire, for example, and just a regulation win for Yorkshire, assuming that's a loss.
That's
Plenty of
nicely
permutations
played.
still. That was a good shot.
And that's 4 runs.
Short and seized upon by Hazel, and a couple of really good straight boundaries. One off a full length, one off a short length. She really does look determined, Hazel, to finish this off herself, and she's hit so few balls in the air. That's the other hallmark of this innings, as much as the strike rotation. When she's got the bad ball, she has put it to the boundary, but she's not sacrificed her wicket in doing so. Well, there's a potential bit of...
And it's gone for overthrows as well. She's going to get at least 2 out of this, and possibly
I
a
thought
third.
that hit Hazel. Yeah, it did.
I think it did, and
yeah,
she's
they're going to come back now.
Hang on,
She's just going to make sure that they're not going to run her out.
Yes. I don't think they are. I think it's fine, but technically they could have done. Yeah, so just to say that, it hit, as the ball was thrown in, it actually brushed Jess Hazel's arm, so it deflected it, so the bowler wasn't able to take it. It went for the overthrows. They started taking them, then realised what had happened and sent her back. So now the umpires are having a bit of a chat.
Right. Well, it is also the end of the over, so...
Yeah, it should just be 1 run as far as I can see.
We'd
just the
hope
one that they
that's
got.
What's gone on.
Yeah.
Oh, let's not make a mountain out of a molehill here.
Yeah, we're all right.
Right, yeah. We're just confirming with the scorers.
Yes. 13 to win.
It's all fine. Nothing to see here.
No, good spirited cricket there being shown by Gloucestershire, because technically they could have taken the extra runs, but they declined them.
Well, that's it, isn't it? There's nothing in the laws to say that you can't run if the ball hits the batter.
Well, ask Ben Stokes, World Cup final.
Well, yes, that's true. I suppose it was a little bit different as it went to the boundary, but yes.
Yeah, but same principle.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They still count if you want to run them. I think of quite a few people over the years who probably have run for that in a tricky situation.
In the heat of the moment. It's a singer now. Well, that is one she's hit in the air, and it might even go for 4. Yes, Jess Hazel out through mid-wicket. Oh, the crowd are getting they're getting a bit excited now. They can smell the win.
Oh no! I think they're getting it's the bonus point they're excited
for.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, that's never mind the win. It's the bonus point that they're after. Single figures now.
She's trying to do it this over, and then she might get another 4 here. Yeah, and that's another 4. Yeah, they're definitely cheering everyone now. 2 4s off the first 2 balls of the over. 5 to win.
Opening up the throttle now, Jess Hazel, and she's going to have scored these runs at the end of this innings at pretty much a run a ball, which is a remarkable effort given this has not been easy out there. That's going to be more runs. In fact, this
could be might not quite make it.
If
it's yes.
What's that come off? Oh, it's runs. It's runs. Scores level. Just wondered if she hadn't got a little bit of bat on that, whether that was going to be the winning runs. But it is 4 runs, and I think some people think that the game's over, but it's been signalled as runs, and it looks as though she did get bat on it. And I think we're just in a bit of a discussion about exactly what the target was.
Yes, was that the score they're aiming for? The board's pretty clear. It says 1 to win up there.
Yes, it does. So they're going to have to come back and bowl another ball, I'm afraid.
Sorry, Kent.
One more required. This would be a really impressive win for Gloucestershire.
And
that's
it.
going to be it. Finished with a wide. So Gloucestershire are home by 6 wickets. A win with 12.5 overs to spare. Hugs between Hazel and Story as that partnership has seen Gloucestershire over the line. But from a Gloucestershire point of view, not only that innings of Hazel, 70 not out, but that bowling effort, and particularly that bowling partnership between Liv Daniels and Charlie Phillips in the first innings that skittled through Kent's middle order after 2 early wickets. Partnership of 89 between Gordon and Barnfather at 100 for 2 in the 18th over. It looked as though Kent were on for a mighty score, but Gloucestershire got a cascade of wickets going, thanks particularly to Phillips and Daniels, with a few from Skelton as well, and pulled that innings back to 175. And whilst they did lose a few wickets in the chase, you always felt as though they were 1 or maybe even 2 wickets ahead of where things could have got really sticky. But the likes of Izzy James and Megan Belt certainly did their best to try and make that 175 enough, but not enough, and that is 5 points in the bank for Gloucestershire and a 4th win of the One Day Cup campaign. They even their record at 4 wins and 4 defeats.
Yeah, excellent performance in the end by Gloucestershire. I think they will have a look at themselves after the game, and perhaps there's some little tinkering they could be doing in the field in terms of cutting down on those extras. But, you know, don't take anything away from that bowling performance. And I think also giving due credit, we talked at the start that they needed to have a reasonable power play, not lose too many wickets. They only lost 1. They had runs on the board. And then that partnership at the end was really what saw them over the line. And I think that their cool, calm heads were what was needed, and that's exactly what we saw. So good win from Gloucestershire, and on to their final game next week.
Yes, well, Jess Hazel's 70 not out. Be interested to see if there were a player of the match who would win it, but I don't think I really care, actually. It was overall an excellent team performance, and as you say, they will certainly feel as though they've continued, I think, to have a really strong back half of the season, and that can only give them a great deal of confidence even going into next season, if not before that. We will see what happens as far as the table is concerned. What I can tell you is that Gloucestershire have moved within 2 points of Worcestershire. Northamptonshire still going pretty well in that game against Yorkshire, so it could still be that Gloucestershire go into their final match of the group stages of this One Day Cup on Saturday against Leicestershire at Grace Road, still with a chance to qualify for the semi-finals. And from the position that they were in at the start of the season, the job by everybody to recover and have an August where they've won 3 out of 4 matches so far is something that they should be immensely proud of. So tomorrow there's a rather important game in the men's One Day Cup as Gloucestershire take on Hampshire with a chance to secure a home semi-final in that competition. We'll of course be back with coverage of that one. But I think as far as the women's coverage this season, I have to say a huge thank you to you, Carol, because you've been a part of all of it.
Yes, thanks, Ed. It's been excellent. I've really enjoyed getting to know the Gloucestershire players and how they play, and sort of get involved in the spirit of what's going on as well. So that's been great. A great place to be, and I've really enjoyed it.
Yeah, and I have to say, from my point of view, also, for quite a few years I dreamed of the possibility of being able to call a game of Gloucestershire's women on this sort of stage. I know they're still not professional, but it is so good to be able to get behind a Gloucestershire women's team. Of course, there was county women's cricket before, but this sort of profile, this sort of stage at the main ground here, I'm so happy and thankful to have had the opportunity to be able to have a front row seat for some of these games. Of course, been following all of them from afar. and yeah, it's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure. So I'll see what the rest of the season brings as far as Gloucestershire's women are concerned, but as far as cricket here at Bristol, don't have to wait long. I'll see you at 11 AM tomorrow. From all of us here, goodbye.
Bye.